About child abuse, and his last film, Buddies, about a man dying of AIDS.
Coming to grips with having AIDS is always a shattering experience, but when you're a Catholic priest, admitting you have AIDS has extremely difficult ramifications. As News Center 4's Belva Davis tells us now, one San Francisco priest met this issue head-on, confessing before his congregation.
For 15 years as a Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Robert Arpin has been listening to the confessions, the troubles, and the problems of others.
Tonight, the scriptures speak of hope. They tell us of a God who wants to save us, who desires to love us.
On this Sunday at St. Boniface Church, the role of the congregation and the priest are reversed. It is the priest who is confessing.
And tonight I have a story to tell. A story about what happened to me when 2 months ago I walked into the doctor's office and he told me that I had AIDS, KS. It's a story about how in the past 2 months I've had to come out to 4 bishops, to my mother and father, to my relatives and most of my friends. And I stand here to tell you that that diagnosis of AIDS and the things that have happened to me since then have been the greatest gift and the most freeing experience of my entire life. For the first time in my life, I am totally free because I have nothing to lose. And I can stand up and say who I am and not be afraid. I think you need to know what happened when I went in, a bit frightened, to tell Archbishop Quinn that I had AIDS. You need to hear that he reached out and held my hand, was concerned about me as a person. I want you to know how he immediately said, "Bob, I care, I love you, and I support you, and the church loves you and supports you. I don't plan to sit around and wait to die. I'm going to live every moment of my life for as long as that is. Enter with me into this journey and this mystery of love. I love you very much."
Belva Davis, News Center 4, San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Larry Huffman.
Associated with the drug trade, federal, state, and San Francisco authorities are getting ready for a major assault on drug pushers. As News Center 4's Wilson Van Alst reports now, the offensive will target crack cocaine dealers operating in the city's housing projects.
This is the subject, and this is the enemy. And this is the plague of San Francisco.
At the rate of 700 a month, San Francisco police make drug arrests like these today at the Plaza East projects. But the dealing continues. Some project residents complain the dealers are taking over.
It's making them turn on each other and themselves, and these are youngsters, and they don't have no room to grow.
At a news conference today, Mayor Feinstein said drug-related deaths in the city have quadrupled in the past year. To fight the problem, she is committing $800,000 extra to narcotics enforcement. Chief Frank Jordan will more than double the officers assigned to work narcotics, and state and federal agencies have pledged their assistance.
We're going from 53 to 117 just with the San Francisco Police Department. There'll be additional equipment and personnel through the U.S. Attorney's Office and through the State Bureau of Narcotics as well.
That task force approach will be aimed at high-level suppliers, not just street dealers. And the mayor says it will make a difference.
That the city is very serious, that the best thing that can happen to a narcotic dealer of this is, frankly, that you get the hell out.
But in the projects where years of enforcement have seemingly made little difference, there is cynicism.
They're posturing, they're making speeches. It sounds good, it makes good press. They're not going to do anything.
Police and the mayor say they are ready to prove that man wrong. In San Francisco, Wilson Van Alst, News Center 4.
And there was other news around the Bay Area and the world on this Wednesday.
County Sheriff's Department as well. The 11 agencies are forming a narcotics task force to turn up the heat on drug dealers. Now, the task force will be called NET, and its expenses will be paid out of money seized in drug raids. The targets will be the dealers who prey on the inner-city poor.
Our objective is, quite frankly, to create a vacuum within the public housing projects to remove surgically the most serious offenders and prosecute them federally, and to vigorously prosecute on the state level those who are lesser players in the scenario.
Mayor Feinstein today sent the word out to drug dealers that the only way to escape this net is, and we quote, to get the hell out of town.
Well, the strange case of the man accused of delivering a bomb in a bouquet of flowers is in the hands of...
But one that is also raising uncomfortable questions. A Bay Area priest admitting publicly that he has AIDS. Father Robert Arpin told his story last night in an exclusive interview on Eyewitness News. Since then, he says that he's received dozens of calls, all supportive, but in opening his heart, Father Arpin has also opened a new debate on questions of priests, celibacy, and homosexuality. Linda Shack has some of the reaction.
The Catholic priest has traditionally been worshipped and admired by his parishioners. Last night, we told you the news that this priest, Father Robert Arpin, has AIDS. That news bore implications for this Catholic woman that she did not want to consider.
I just don't. I'm pretty close to my religion, and I look at them as Jesus, as God.
Hard for you to hear that kind of thing then.
Yes.
Father Arpin will not say how he contracted AIDS, but it is no secret that there are homosexuals in the Catholic priesthood, and that is an issue to which the Church is increasingly sensitive.
Homosexuality is a betrayal of universal Catholic dogma, but the local church has had to react to real-life local problems. At the Archdiocese in San Francisco, the reaction to AIDS in the priesthood is, they say, the same as to any health problem.
Well, the reaction is compassion. Priests with AIDS or people with AIDS or anybody with a serious health problem needs ministering to.
In the parishes, priests agree. In Berkeley, this Catholic grammar school had a gay principal who died of AIDS-related complex. Father Bill O'Donnell says he learned a lot from that man.
He was so good professionally that the parents accepted him, his staff accepted him, we all accepted him, and his gayness had nothing to do with the fact that he was an excellent person, a professional and a teacher.
And in the San Francisco Bay Area today, a priest who finds himself in Father Arpin's predicament can probably count on sympathy from Catholics like this woman.
Pray. I just came from Mass. You have to pray on those things. Say a prayer.
In San Francisco, I'm Linda Shack, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
If Father Arpin's stand has turned some heads within the church, it has probably created just as much interest outside of it. Father Arpin told us that he received more than 30 telephone calls just today, many of them from the media. He told us that he plans to continue delivering his message, but he's not sure what forum he'll choose.
Still ahead, Mayor Dianne Feinstein tells dope dealers where they can go.
And a big task force in Francisco have been put on alert tonight. Your days are numbered. But the warning didn't come from rival drug dealers. It comes from the mayor of San Francisco. Dianne Feinstein says a new task force is targeting public housing projects in the city where residents are forced to live in fear.
The best thing that can happen to a narcotic dealer of this is, frankly, that you get the hell out, because the heat is going to be on and the arrests are going to be made.
And there's a lot of manpower behind that move. A task force of city, state, and federal agents will prosecute the drug dealers who are arrested. Increased police patrols start tonight at 5 public housing projects: Hayes Valley, Plaza East, Sunnydale, Army Street, and Valencia Gardens.
A long day for United States Attorney General Edwin Meese and the Iran-Contra Congressional Committee. The country's top law officer just finished his testimony, coming under attack several times for his investigative methods. At one point, Senator George Mitchell criticized Meese for not taking notes when he interviewed key figures in the case, and the Attorney General bristled back.
Difficult to accept. I'd like
well,
to
I don't
turn-
understand why it's difficult to accept.
Well, Admiral Poindexter was a central figure.
Well,
and to say that
but everything
you
that
didn't
he
interview
told,
him,
everything that he told me was totally consistent.
but you could not have known before you talked to him what he was going to say. That's the very purpose
That's right.
having someone there to record the meeting.
It may be strange to you, it may strike you that truth being stranger than fiction, but I take offense at the idea that it's hard to accept, because what I have told you is the absolute truth of what happened. And so if there's any question in your mind, I want to get that settled right now.
Well, no, as I just said,
Okay.
it's hard to accept.
Other committee members are also critical of the Attorney General's investigation last November. Chairman Daniel Inouye says it was casual at best. During more than 8 hours of testimony today, Meese revealed that there was still $8 million from the Iran arms sale in Swiss bank accounts, money that Meese says belongs to the United States government. By staying late today, Meese completed his testimony before the committee. Former White House Chief of Staff Donald Regan will take the stand tomorrow.
Still ahead. Do not have the drugs to treat it. Those two conditions are very much related because there are reports tonight that gonorrhea bacteria are quickly developing resistance to another antibiotic developed to fight that particular sexually transmitted disease. Army doctors say servicemen in Korea are coming down with a strain of gonorrhea that withstands spectinomycin, rather, a relatively new drug for treating what we euphemistically call the clap. Several other common drugs are increasingly unable to fight gonorrhea bacteria, and the result could be a huge increase in the potentially serious disease. You say another blow. Sexual freedom gained in the last 20 years.
Well, officials from a Bay Area chapter of the Heart Association are crying foul tonight over claims that it endorses a crash diet featuring food.
Some modeling agencies now say that those bronzed bodies are out and the natural look is in. That's a fashion statement we should all support.
And you know, suntanning is only a relatively recent invention. You know, beginning of this century, to have a suntan was considered low class. Only laborers had a suntan. It was a Coco Chanel, went over to France, came back with a suntan. So maybe there's going to be a little turnaround now.
Yeah, let me hear what the stories about the ozone layer and so
really
on. There's nothing you can do with this.
This
is the 8th one this
amputate.
summer.
Be nice.
Oh, well. See,
I guess shameful is the best word that we can come up with.
A lot of bartenders say they've heard the rumors, but they haven't noticed sales dropping off any. Corona right now is still the best-selling imported beer in California.
It's funny how those rumors. Remember the Procter & Gamble rumor about the half moon and the moonies?
And knowing that they're goof-ups and that through the intemperate use of drugs, they lost the power, the will to self-control. They're completely out of it. They're not organized people. So you know that in 1950, I guess if there's perhaps 10,000 dope fiends in the state and only 50 narcotics officers. Today, I'll bet you there's a good 6,000 narcotics officers and 2 dope fiends left. And niling, testing, schnapping on Rappelman stations. Yeah. Hey, they give you the same schlepping the dopey around. Okay, now, we're not we're after the seller. They got 4 dope fiends. The federal gets them, the state takes them, and the city gets them. Okay, I'll be the seller this week, you're the dopey. Okay. And the schmuck is waiting in the rest. Okay, well, he was a Puerto Rican, he had a green car. Airplane glue. Airplane glue. Kid is 6 years old, played by George McCready. Man, it's a prison film now. Got Charles Bickford, Barton McLean, Georgie Stone, Frankie Darrow, Warren Heimer, Nat Pendleton, and the woman across the bay, Ann Dvorak. Got 2 hooker friends, Iris Adrian, and a word about hookers that they're very disappointing, always. Because Jews are always hungry after they shtup and there's nothing in the icebox ever. Hooker's icebox is a club soda and that's it. Nothing to eat, huh? The orchid, all right, Lieutenant. Now the Tower of the Warden, Hume Croon. And you got 18 men, prison guards, and actually cut it like, and good night. That's it.
Early in the morning, I'm sitting in bed,
comes to me with sweet affection, wakes me with kisses, hello sleepyhead, and gets me moving in the right direction. I do my best to give the love that lies.
Here, try this. Blow your nose.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. It was a nice try.
No, it wasn't. It was awful. I just wanted to die.
I know what you mean. I guess your mother was right. A nice girl is a nice girl anywhere, and a bum is a bum.
Oh, no, Joey.
I shouldn't have let you do it. Fix your face and put on your dress. We're gonna do the love song.
Joey, somebody wants to see you.
Swahili. Here, take it. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope you're not offended that I took you for an African. Is this your first trip to Africa?
Yes. Is it yours?
Not really. I've lived here for 4 years. I'm a missionary.
A priest? Dressed like that?
Many missionaries today choose to dress the way the natives do.
I don't understand. A young man like you giving up everything to go and live in the bush.
I feel...
Always demanding equal rights. The more I drink, the more I take on. The more she drinks, the more she takes on. You're not shocked, are you?
How about you? She's your wife.
I can't be shocked by Gloria. She's completely crazy, and that's why I like her. Come on, Gloria, into the pool!
Everybody into the pool!
Are you amused?
Oh, yes, very much.
Shall we jump in too?
No, thanks. I refused that offer once already.
Out here in Africa, parties often end with everybody in the pool. It's kind of silly, I guess.
Seeing you.
Thanks. Hey! Chasing down with the chloride. It's not Italian vino, you know. It's you.
Who did you think it was?
Against AIDS.
The legislation provides $400 million for voluntary counseling and testing for AIDS. In addition, the bill provides for protecting the confidentiality of test records and prohibits discrimination against those with either the disease or who carry antibodies to AIDS.
We cannot afford for anyone to be afraid to seek medical advice on AIDS, but if Americans believe that they will be treated as citizens with rights, then they will respond as citizens with responsibilities.
Waxman says his bill has wide bipartisan support, and he predicts it will have no trouble becoming law. But in the executive branch, there is trouble, with the Reagan administration divided on just what to tell people about AIDS. Surgeon General C. Everett Koop wants his 36-page report on AIDS mailed to every household. But administration conservatives object to the blunt language of the report, including the recommendation to use condoms. Officials at the Centers for Disease Control are considering whether to cut down the report or write something new on AIDS using simpler language. A senior White House official believes any AIDS mailing is unnecessary for most Americans and would have little impact on high-risk groups, those determined not to change either their sexual practices or their use of drugs. But the Surgeon General is getting support from other quarters.
We have got to do everything we can to increase the awareness of the disease and increase people's ability to understand how they can protect themselves against it.
While the AIDS mailing is still undecided, the Centers for Disease Control are going ahead with a multi-million-dollar education campaign involving ad agencies with mass mailing capabilities. It will be a multimedia project, including information on AIDS and TV spots similar to this one with singer Patti LaBelle.
Don't depend on rumors when you can get the facts.
The entire campaign gets underway this fall, with October being designated as AIDS Awareness Month. While the Reagan administration is still undecided about an AIDS mailing, several members of Congress are taking matters into their own hands. 17 of them have ordered 6 million copies of the Surgeon General's report to send to their constituents. Frances Harden, CNN, Washington.
The debate over AIDS testing has moved into the unlikely arena of professional sports, with a decision by pro football's Dallas Cowboys to offer AIDS tests to players as part of their routine preseason physical. Team officials say so far players are reacting positively to the voluntary program. More from CNN's Pat Dawson at the Cowboys training camp in California.
They are the usual sounds of pro football training camp. For Dallas Cowboy rookies, it is their first chance to shine in the violent world of the NFL. For returning veterans, there are the usual kinks to be worked out. But this year, there is something new in the training camp regimen: AIDS tests.
It's a serious thing in this country today, and all we've done is just gave them an option if they want to do it.
Cowboy officials said they decided to offer the tests, which are voluntary, after inquiries from some of their players.
And it's a concern of everyone in this country, and I think the responsibility is ultimately going to be with each and every one of us.
There may be no more macho part of American society than the world of the pro football player. But with the death from AIDS of former Redskin Jerry Smith last year, even that world has now been touched by the disease. But the Cowboys' AIDS plan involves more than just testing. This year, team doctors and trainers will wear rubber gloves when treating injuries in which there is bleeding. And a counseling program on the disease will also be offered.
There's a lot of propaganda going on about AIDS right now around the country.
Our thrust, our philosophy is to inform and educate.
The Cowboys' comprehensive approach has enjoyed overwhelmingly favorable reaction. Over 90% of the players agreed to the tests.
I didn't have any qualms about it. I think it was a voluntary thing.
I think we should set examples for, younger people to follow and just to, show people that, we're concerned about a problem like AIDS.
Still, the players expressed many of the commonly held worries about AIDS.
I don't know how I would react. I know one thing, I would probably be a little leery of that person.
All NFL teams were recently encouraged to begin testing programs, and the St. Louis Cardinals have announced they plan to offer a program as well. The Cowboys have revealed that all the tests conducted so far have returned negative. Pat Dawson, CNN, Thousand Oaks, California.
New York City police are looking for a bank robber who uses more than a gun to instill fear. CNN's Jeannie Mose reports he also uses the fear of AIDS.
Detectives call him the AIDS Bandit. He has been captured only on film by bank surveillance cameras. The 22 attempted holdups attributed to him are outlined on a police graph that includes the contents of the unique note he almost always hands the teller. "I am dying of AIDS," it says, "give me all the money," or sometimes slight variations, such as "I have AIDS and a gun." A gun he occasionally displays. The bandit doesn't threaten to bite or spit.
Not that he imparts that he is going to give the teller AIDS, but he uses that to gain their attention as to his desperate state and wanting money.
Detectives say they don't know whether the bandit really has AIDS. They have studied the surveillance photos taken over a period of 4.5 months to see if the robber is losing weight, but he appears healthy. When the holdup stopped for 2 months, investigators wondered if perhaps the AIDS bandit had died. But then he struck again, on one occasion hitting 2 banks on the same day, always disappearing into Midtown Manhattan crowds. The AIDS threat has not totally terrorized tellers. 10 out of the bandit's 22 robbery attempts have been unsuccessful. In some cases, the teller he handed the note to simply walked away without handing over the money. The robber has so far netted a total of around $16,000 using the AIDS technique on tellers.
There's no indication that it's any more successful than the standard "this is a robbery." It's really not that unusual if it's taken in the context that AIDS is the current fear phenomena within society. Perhaps it's just an opportunistic approach.
One that police have so far found no cure for. Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
And we have this just in to CNN. A 4-engine commercial cargo plane has...
America's heart. People. That's what we're all about.
And have not been picked up sooner.
Mr. Reagan today joked about the operation.
This is just a small billboard that says, it's a reminder
that says, stay out of the sun.
Medical experts agree with that, too. More than 500,000 Americans will be treated this year for skin cancer. Almost all cases are caused by exposure to the sun, and the number is growing by more than 10% a year. The danger is especially great to fair-skinned people, including those like Mr. Reagan of Irish descent. Most people will develop the type of cancer the president has, basal cell carcinoma, which is almost never life-threatening. But about 25,000 people a year get the much more serious melanoma, which can be life-threatening if the growth is not removed early. Melanoma kills about 6,000 Americans a year. Dermatologists say anyone with suspicious-looking growths should have them examined and, if necessary, removed as soon as possible. In recent years, there has been an increasing awareness of the danger of skin cancer from the sun. People are buying more and more of the lotions with compounds which screen the sun's rays, following the advice of doctors.
If you're in the sun for any period of time, I think a sunscreen should be worn.
The president's doctors have been advising that he, like his wife, wear a hat in the sun. So far, he has ignored the advice, and he is suffering the consequences. The president's skin cancer is in no way related to the colon cancer for which he was treated in 1985. The president's doctors say he remains in excellent health. Robert Bazell, NBC News, New York.
And the president today announced a major change in the government's approach to abortion. He ordered a halt in the use of federal money to counsel women on abortion. And he directed Surgeon General Everett Koop, a man strongly opposed to abortion, to issue a comprehensive report on abortion's effects, physical and mental. Reaction to the president's announcement, as NBC's Chris Wallace reports tonight, was along predictable lines.
The president announced today's steps in a speech to anti-abortion leaders. White House officials do not expect much practical effect, saying the primary impact is political.
What single issue could say more about a society's values than the degree of respect shown for human life at its most vulnerable, human life still unborn?
The new regulations affect some 4,500 family planning clinics that last year received $142 million in federal funds. Those clinics are currently required to tell pregnant women one of their options is an abortion. But the new guidelines would bar the use of federal funds for any abortion advice or referral. Clinics could provide abortion counseling, but only from financially and physically separate private funding. Reaction followed sharply polarized lines. Abortion rights supporters were outraged.
The rules already forbid that abortion be advocated. The rules even prevent abortion from being favorably discussed. All this new rule would do is undermine a physician's duty to tell the truth.
While some abortion opponents did not feel the president was tough enough.
I think that, unfortunately, it is not only not enough, but it is only cosmetics.
Officials at Planned Parenthood, which receives $30 million in federal funds, say they will find some way around the new regulations. But at their clinic in the South Bronx, which serves 8,000 women a year, there was no such confidence. A doctor at the clinic was angry.
No, the federal government does not have the right to tell a patient or a doctor what they can discuss in his office or in a clinic, and it's an interference in the doctor-patient relationship.
16-year-old Mia was afraid that a loss of federal funds would make it impossible to get counseling.
Me, myself, I couldn't pay for it. If so, I guess I'll just be stuck.
The president has been criticized by conservatives for not doing more about abortion during his years in the White House. While today's action may not be enough to satisfy those critics, officials here hope it demonstrates Mr. Reagan's firm opposition to abortion. Chris Wallace, NBC News, at the White House.
The Census Bureau reported today that family income rose last year for the 4th straight year. The increase was one of the largest in 15 years. At the same time, there was a slight decline in the number of Americans living in poverty. Median family income stood at $29,500 in 1986. That's up just over 4% over 1985. Black family income was $17,600, up almost 3%. Hispanic family income was $20,000, up just over 3%. Full-time working women earned $16,200, up almost 2%. And there were 32,400,000 Americans living in official poverty, a decline of 2.2%. The national poverty rate stood at just over 13.5%. That is down 0.4%. President Reagan hailed these figures as proof of the effectiveness of his economic policy, but critics said that there is a widening gap between the rich and the poor in this country.
It's the Subaru Value Celebration.
Indian television replayed the attack in slow motion. Gandhi suffered only a bruise. It was said the guardsman was angered at yesterday's signing of an Indian-Sri Lankan pact, which is ending the 4-year-old insurrection by Tamil rebels operating from bases within India.
But play is one of the things that dolphins like best. So at a small marine tourist attraction in the Florida Keys, a psychology professor is bringing the autistic child and the dolphin together.
Good boy! Good boy! Play, of course, is what makes us human, what makes dolphins dolphins. It's an important higher functioning activity. And if the dolphin can help the child learn to play, then he's made a tremendous step in his advancement.
Psychologists think the autistic person sees a disjointed world, as though through a kaleidoscope. The dolphin focuses the child's attention and makes him aware, even for just a few minutes, of the world outside of himself. A pat on the nose is a triumph.
The dolphin accepts the child just as he is. He loves him, he plays with him, he's not thinking about what he's trying to make the child do. And because of that, we have seen spontaneous behavior from the autistic child, which is something that all the literature tells us can't happen.
The goal of the program is to get the children into the water with the dolphins. A few years ago, Dr. Smith worked with an autistic child who had never spoken a word. But after swimming with the dolphins, he began to imitate the animal's characteristic clicking sound. Dolphin therapy is not a cure for autism. None is known. But for a few minutes in a lifetime, dolphins seem to be able to break through to a child living in isolation and make him smile. Dennis Murphy, NBC News, Miami.
That's Nightly News for this Thursday night. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 Eastern Time when Don Regan resumes his testimony before
abortion. Mr. Reagan also wants to deny funds to any program promoting or advocating abortion or assisting a woman in getting an abortion. With reaction to the announcement, here's News Center 4's Mike O'Connor.
Just before 3 this afternoon, this counselor brought her patient news she did not want to hear.
Okay, the result of your test is positive. That means you're pregnant.
The pregnancy test and the counseling that will follow took place at a San Francisco family planning center that gets about a quarter of its funds from the federal government. Last year, nationally, about 5 million people received pregnancy counseling from programs which get federal funds. Most of the women are poor, many are young and unmarried. Today, President Reagan said he wants to cut off federal funds to any center which advocates abortion as an option for pregnant women, saying giving federal funds fosters the view that abortion is an acceptable and government-sanctioned method of family planning. The new rules have yet to be approved, but many who work in family planning say cutting off federal funds could be catastrophic. A representative of Planned Parenthood in San Francisco said 85% of their clients last year had incomes of less than $10,000. People who could not afford private clinics. If federally funded centers could no longer explain that abortion is an option, says Planned Parenthood, many women would be left in the dark. Margaret Crosby of the American Civil Liberties Union agrees.
Oh, I think it's very possible, especially when you're talking about the low-income women and the adolescents who are the beneficiaries of these federal funds. They don't have the kind of access to information that other women may have.
In Washington, Marin Representative Barbara Boxer says she wants the public to fight the proposed rules.
The law says very clearly a woman must be informed of all her options, all of them. And what the Reagan administration is trying to do is say to the family planning clinics, no, you may not tell a woman that abortion is legal. I think that's really muzzling the Planned Parenthoods of the world, the people who are trying to counsel.
Well, there are 3 options open to you.
After hearing the truth she was afraid to know, this pregnant woman was told she could have her child and raise it, or give it up for adoption, or have an abortion. For now, at least, that information is still federally funded. In San Francisco, Mike O'Connor, News Center 4.
Cocaine.
It was packed in banana boxes and was confiscated at a fruit warehouse in Chicago yesterday. Authorities traced the shipment from Miami, and 4 people were arrested. The cocaine had an estimated street value of at least $250 million.
Just a day after Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi tried to bring peace to Sri Lanka, he was attacked during an honor guard ceremony. Gandhi ducked. He suffered only a lump in one shoulder and later joked about it. The sailor was arrested. And through it all, the band kept playing and the honor guard stayed in formation.
A major new medical study questions the accuracy of those tests, as well as the legal implications for companies administering them.
The National Institute on Drug Abuse reports that 18% of the Fortune 500 conducted some form of drug testing in 1985. By 1986, the number had reached 40% at a cost of $33 billion. But a study reported in the prestigious Journal of the American Medical Association says 1 out of 3 of those tests are legally indefensible. And its authors warn that companies face significant liability problems unless they and their laboratories use sound practices to minimize the chances inaccurate results will lead to dismissal or a mandatory drug treatment program. In the absence of government regulations, the College of American Pathologists plans to certify drug testing labs.
In essence, what it tries to do is to protect the interest of everybody concerned, the employer and the employee, and then make any positive result stand up to legal challenge under evidentiary rules that usually apply in, let's say, judicial or administrative hearing processes. The real intent, I think, in the bottom line of the program is to make sure that there's adequate sensitivity to pick up people who have used the drug, but to ensure that there are no false positives.
The report says some frequently used tests like enzyme multiplied immunoassay and radioimmunoassay techniques should not be used alone. Follow-up with highly accurate procedures such as gas chromatography and mass spectrometry are required to confirm results. And experts in the field of substance abuse warn that drug testing does not solve the drug problem, that companies need a comprehensive policy in addition to the selection of a competent testing procedure.
Those are key issues. And along with them go the need for notice to employees, clear rules, training for supervisors, I think education on the value of testing and of the hazards of drugs, and the reinforcement of the danger of alcohol, which in today's world we've kind of backed away from, and it's still the biggest problem in the workplace.
Already, half of the workers disciplined as the result of drug testing are challenging the validity of the drug tests. In 1 out of 3 of those cases, the tests are ruled invalid. In Chicago, Scott Gervey for the Nightly Business Report.
Coming up, Lester Thoreau suggests an easy way to increase America's savings.
Wearing rubber gloves. Pretty soon we'll be wearing rubber gloves. We don't want to touch nobody. You know, the guys are sweating on us, dripping and everything. And they say you get AIDS from that.
Medically, I don't think they're on very solid ground. However, they're certainly on solid ground in affirming the value of voluntary testing.
AIDS experts hope this high-profile testing of a low-risk group will send a powerful message to the high-risk groups. Get tested. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Los Angeles.
That's the CBS Evening News.
I have 2 teenage boys, and it scares me to death.
I need your help, both of you.
Does that mean we're off the case?
Compared to Athens' Acropolis, it is the heart of the old Russian capital. This is the Kremlin, museum and symbol, where through the areas permitted to our cameras, we should see much of Russia's history unfold. The Kremlin, with Red Square which adjoins it, it is today the heart of a great atheistic power.
Friday evening at 9, a detailed look at Moscow's elegant palace, the treasures and history of the Kremlin.
Cells removed from his nose. Tests of a lesion removed yesterday showed Mr. Reagan had a 3rd occurrence of basal cell carcinoma. This type of cancer is very common and is rarely dangerous. The president was applauded today by anti-abortion leaders for his new plan to bar federally funded family planning clinics from counseling women about abortion. The president's plan would also deny funds to any program promoting abortion or helping women to get one. 4,500 clinics around the country would be affected. The president said he wants to take practical steps to discourage abortion.
What single issue could say more about a society's values than the degree of respect shown for human life at its most vulnerable, human life still unborn?
Reagan's announcement drew heated criticism from Capitol Hill today and from many doctors and family planning groups.
Time again, did the president know? Let me put it this way. This guy I know was an actor. And he was nominated at one time for an Academy Award, but I'd give him an Academy Award if he knew anything about this and watched his reaction to express complete surprise at this news on Monday afternoon, the 24th. He couldn't have known it.
One obvious error in Reagan's testimony: President Reagan was never nominated for an Academy Award. Officials at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences says they fielded hundreds of calls on that point since Reagan's testimony. President Reagan will be going to Bethesda Naval Hospital tomorrow afternoon so doctors can remove skin cancer cells from the tip of his nose. A biopsy taken yesterday from a lesion on the president's nose showed basal cell epithelioma. The result, doctors say, of Mr. Reagan's long years in the sun. The procedure the president will undergo tomorrow is described as minor. He's not expected to stay at the hospital overnight.
Still ahead on Nightcast, the latest thing in...
Authorities say is the biggest single drug haul in U.S. history. 2.5 tons of cocaine. Federal agents used an electronic homing device to track a produce truck filled with cocaine from Miami to Chicago. The cocaine was hidden in furniture, statues, and ski poles, and it was packed among the fruit boxes. 3 men were arrested in the raid.
In San Francisco, the man who headed up the asbestos...
Terrorist trading cards. They're labeled Terrorist Attack, America Fights Back. The cards feature such frightening faces as Libyan strongman Muammar Gaddafi and the infamous terrorist Abu Dinao. They cost about 40 cents, and one San Francisco dealer told us that these cards are selling out.
I think they're neat. It's like a novelty. Back in the 30s, they had the Horrors of War, which was a big set of cards, and this is like a revival of it.
A lot of people might ask, so what's the point? Cards with suicide bombers behind the wheel of a car. Maybe it's if they keep driving down that road, they may finally come to a dead end.
The days of Camelot may be long gone, but certainly not forgotten. More than 11,000 people worldwide are devoted to recreating and reliving the Middle Ages. Sherry Hu continues her special report, The Games Grown-Ups Play, with some modern-day Knights of the Round Table.
This is how some people spend their Tuesday and Thursday evenings. They dress up in armor, use rattan swords and homemade shields, and get into a good old medieval brawl. The fight takes place in the most unlikely 20th century location, Oakland's Rockridge BART station. Regular passengers no longer bat an eye, but first-timers must think that they've just walked out of a time machine. This rather colorful group of players is made up of members of the Society for Creative Anachronism, SCA for short. These people are dedicated to recreating life as it was in the Middle Ages.
If you have an interest in courtesy and honor and courage and nobility and that sort of thing, the best parts of the SCA, or as someone has said, the medieval times as they should have been, is what we aim for.
Larry is 63 years old and may well be the oldest player in the society, proof that you don't have to be a strapping young athlete to do well in armed combat here. This is only the warm-up, training time for the big tournaments, where the best of the lot is picked to be king of the kingdom. There are 12 kingdoms covering the United States and Canada, adding up to thousands of members. Bill Juris, also known as Sir William the Lucky, has been lucky indeed, and king 3 times now. He became hooked on SCA 15 years ago.
It's a lot of fun. I still think it's one of the sillier things I've ever run into.
It's an exhausting sport, and wearing the outfit alone can be a workout. A 15-pound helmet, a 2-pound sword, steel legs, steel arms. Imagine wearing a 30-pound t-shirt. We're talking about a total of 85 pounds of weight. Members of the society who aren't into fighting and making their own sets of armor are encouraged to recreate other items of the period, like food, dress, jewelry, or furniture of the Middle Ages. It's whatever your heart desires, and that's what attracts Hillary Powers.
One of the real appeals of this group is that you can get out there and steal one day, and in trailing veils the next, and nobody thinks it's weird.
The society is jokingly referred to as Mensa with muscle. So it's clear the Society for Creative Anachronism is not for everybody. These players are students of history, yes, even lovers of history, who enjoy acting out life from another period of time. In Oakland, Sherry Hu, Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Nightcast.
The action on the battlefield may look somewhat realistic, but the Society says no one is ever seriously hurt. If hit, the players are on their honor to fall down and play dead. Tomorrow night, meet some armchair detectives who live out their passion for cold-blooded murder.
On trips to Disneyland.
Passed by. Witnesses said the whole sky was filled with heavy clouds just before the Twister touched down. It uprooted big trees, knocked down garages, and wrecked several homes, but fortunately no one was reported injured.
Well, Joel has a horse named Tornado. Fortunately, not as lethal.
Go ahead, I could use a drink first.
Hey, Frog. Yeah. What happened? Oh, they fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Bell's gang is going to meet him here in the morning to hold up the payroll truck. You better go get some of the boys. It's too late for that. I'm going to get you out of there. Do you want to spoil everything? I'll be all right. They're liable to put a bullet through you. If they's going to do that, they'd have done it by now. Well, maybe. Be careful. Go on, beat it.
Done by Expos. Yay. If they go yay loud enough, you go, okay, and you go up to the next point in the graph. And hopefully you're pretty built up by the end of the show. You want it to have a climax. And the more laid back an audience is, I think the wilder things you do to get them going.
Joel concludes his tour of the Soviet Union with 3 shows in Leningrad on August 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. For VH1, I'm Donna Fiducia.
I'm here at New York's.
It's nothing less than 200 acres of yellow-flowered weeds. The two going to court believing this tragedy figures to cost them $250,000 each over the next 5 years. Now, the owner of Red Bluff Mill and Farm, that'd be your Eldred Hardee, says there's no way it's his company's fault and says besides, quote, a farmer that can't look at the seed and tell what kind of seed it is don't need to be a farmer. So, what's it all mean? Well, it means that life is a lot like 200 acres of weeds. Sylvia, Jim?
Okay. Thanks, Wayne. That's it for News Center 4 at 11 tonight. I'm...
It's riding and yelling and driving the doggies, and oh, how I'm wishing you all would go on. It's whooping and punching, go on, little doggies. You know that Wyoming will be your...
Well, get a load of that.
Any hard feelings, Ranger?
Not at all.
Get along, little doggies. You know that Wyoming will be your new home.
Congratulations, Judge. Thanks, Bob.
Where Jims and weed and sandburns grow, we'll fill you up on Prickly Pear Choya until you are ready for old Idaho.
Terry, if I would ask you now, would you still say no?
Yes, Bob.
Well, we're even again, but not for long.
When moonrise comes on, we herd them on the bed ground. All these little doggies that roll on so slow. We round up the herd and we cut out the strays and roll the small doggies that never rolled before.
Is it no to me, too?
No.
Do you mean yes?
She said no.
But that isn't what you mean, is it, Terry?
No.
Say yes.
Yes.
No, it's too complicated for me. I can't follow it.
You don't have to, Bob. From now on, three's the crowd.
Felicia, one of the operators here at MTV, here to tell you about an incredible contest. Answer the phone! MTV's Greased Stud Giveaway.
That's it, moron! You're fired! It's MTV's Jeep giveaway! From August 1st to August 7th, MTV will be giving away a Jeep every day!
7 Jeeps, 7 days. You're gonna win one. Maybe all 7.
Hey, thanks, Sammy. Just keep watching those Sammy Hagar, Whitesnake, YNC, and Tesla videos. You'll see a Jeep tear across the screen trailing a 900 number.
And when you see that number, get to the phone.
You could win a brand new customized Jeep!
Irene? Walk, slob. I'm going to the mall.
Oh, we're going to be giving away a Jeep a day for 7 days.
Watch to win starting August 1st. Ow!
The name that means excitement is back. James Bond.
Fire, Bond, fire. Shoot out.
He lives for danger.
You jeopardize the entire mission to avoid shooting a beautiful girl.
Believe me, my interest in her is purely professional.
He lives for the moment. James Bond, The Living Daylights, rated PG. Starts Friday, July 31st at a theater near you.
I know the way you're gonna fit me, so believe it when I tell you, 'cause it's true. Talking originality because they're pre-shrunk just for me. I love my Levi's 501 jeans. Now, just $19.99 each at Miller's Outpost. From my waist down to my knees in every color that I please. I love my Levi's 501 jeans.
No, you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to love. You might as well face it. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love.
Share a Sun Country cool with a friend. Join the party.
Your turn.
Colin?
It would take a genuinely subnormal person to do that. Last week, he calls me up at 10 o'clock in the evening, and he says, I'm just calling to say goodnight. I'm going to bed early. I'm going to turn off the phone. I just wanted you to know in case you called and there was no answer. And do you know what I said to him? Good night, honey. Anyone can see it, and I'm saying good night, honey. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
You didn't. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
I did. Pia, did you know about this?
No, of course not, Mary Beth.
Yeah, well, you and I are the only two people in America who did not know about it. His friends knew, his mother knew, the doorman.
Mary Beth,
That's not too much, is it?
I have to go. I just realized something. I just remembered something that I think I left something.
Well, when are you going to be back?
I have to see if I'm right. As soon as I know if I'm right, I'll be back. I'll be definitely
Well, how long
back.
is it going to take you?
I don't know.
With that old time of rock and roll, I still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll, still like that old time of rock and roll.
Say was cocaine processing.
It's a very major new trend. We've seen 10 labs seized over the past year in New York State.
The first sign of Colombian drug processors moving into upstate New York came with a blast 2 years ago. What was then the biggest cocaine lab in North America blew up one night in the small town of Minden.
If you would have told me that the major cocaine manufacturing operations in this country were in Danube or Minden, I would have asked that you submit to a psychiatric evaluation.
The Danube raid just 2 weeks ago netted over $160 million worth of cocaine, some of which was found in the microwave. 11 Colombians were arrested and charged with running the lab. The suspects, who appeared at federal court in Albany on Friday, all say they are innocent.
What they look for is an area, upstate, rural, where they feel, at least in their minds, there possibly is not that great of a police presence, not that many people around.
The Colombians were said to keep a low profile in the area. Several were illegal aliens, and nobody in the nearby community of Little Falls remembered seeing any of them.
Everybody just can't get over an operation like that. It really is unbelievable.
This is a nice country area where everyone pretty much minds his own business.
But it is precisely the rural air that attracts drug manufacturers to the farm community. The phony farmers use dozens of barrels of chemicals like ether in the cocaine processing. The chemicals do emit a very detectable odor.
You have an extremely volatile process, a very smelly process. That's the reason generally one would think they'd be out in the middle of the woods.
For now, police believe they have at least temporarily scared drug producers seeking to settle in the area.
Everything would tell you that they should stop having these laboratories in New York State, and close to it, my guess is they'll continue.
So the police vowed to continue their vigilance about what's going on down on the farm. Richard Roth, CNN, Albany, New York.
And that's Newswatch for the 31st, the last day of July. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Lou Waters.
The hearing will stand in recess until the police...
Senator Inouye, the panel chairman, completed the testimony of Defense Secretary Weinberger until order was restored, and then he adjourned these hearings until Monday morning. Back in a moment with the latest on the treatment of President Reagan for that patch of cancerous skin on his nose to treat a small patch of cancerous skin tissue there. And NBC's Chris Wallace is standing by at the White House now for this late live report on just what the situation is. Chris?
Tom, officials here say the surgery on the president's nose has been completed. Doctors are now using sutures to close the wound, but they say that all the cancerous cells have been removed.
The president and Mrs. Reagan were all smiles as they headed for Bethesda Naval Hospital late this afternoon for the surgery. A procedure Mr. Reagan said earlier he wasn't worried about.
No, it seems a little over-dignified to call what's going to happen surgery. I'm going to scrape a little patch on my nose.
But in fact, the president faced what is called micrographic surgery, a procedure in which a doctor using a scalpel cuts tissue from his nose, then examines it under a microscope to see if all cancerous cells are removed. If not, the doctor removes more tissue. The president has the mildest form of skin cancer, so there was little concern about his health. But there was concern the procedure might cause some disfigurement, and plastic surgeons were standing by. Still, Mr. Reagan had 2 skin cancers removed from his nose in 1985 and was said to be taking this case in stride.
He would rather not do it, but he's very cheerful and has had it done before and understands the circumstances, so he's in a good frame of mind.
The president was given a local anesthetic, a mixture of xylocaine to block the pain and epinephrine to control bleeding. The medication's so mild that Vice President Bush went ahead with a campaign trip to the Midwest. A dermatologist said Mr. Reagan would be lucid throughout the procedure.
So that an area perhaps the size of a dime or so is made entirely numb by the injection of the medication, but the patient himself his ability to think rationally and so forth is not affected by that.
Doctors had to take 2 slices of tissue from the president's nose to remove all of the cancerous cells, but they are now closing what is said to be a small wound with sutures. The president is said to be in good spirits, and despite the rain, he is expected back in the White House later this evening. Tom?
We'll let you go in from the rain as well right now. An estimated 500,000 skin cancers, by the way, are diagnosed each year in the United States, and most of them develop in the face, head, and neck areas. Almost all of them are from overexposure to sunlight.
Its first condom ad Saturday night. No condoms are shown, no condoms are mentioned. Just a young couple separated by a fence that represents modern barriers to a safe sexual relationship.
I'm so in love with you.
This bat-like creature went on display at Golden Gate Park this morning. It's part of the Academy of Science's summer show. The show is about evolution and how animals would evolve over the next 50 million years if humans weren't around. A gentler-looking beast called the desert leaper is also on display.
There aren't many people in the world who can do what...
Across the bay from San Francisco. Some seem to stay afloat only by defying the laws of nature. But now, new laws made by man are set to sink all of them.
I'll tell you, it doesn't seem right. Matter of fact, it's going to ruin my life.
There are about 100 boats in the flotilla off Sausalito, once a town of artists and fishermen. Now a place of condominiums and computers. The boat people clutter the view from the million-dollar homes on the hillside. In an area with some of the highest housing prices in the country, the boat people live for free.
Money is not the object. Sewage is not the problem. It's basically a class struggle.
Of course, there are houseboats, and there are houseboats. Officials don't object to those built on organized docks where residents have mortgages, real addresses, and pay property taxes. But the flotilla of free spirits who live in the open water, unconnected to land, have been told they will have to go. In the face of a law written to make them extinct, the boat people came ashore and faced local officials.
If you don't think I have grievances, boy, you're not paying attention at all.
And so I ask you now to unconditionally surrender.
Revolution, perhaps, is not an idle threat. The water dwellers have in the past made waves to protect their neighborhood. Negotiators are trying to build a bridge over these troubled waters to delay evictions that could begin next month. But even a rising tide of opposition seems unlikely to keep this fleet floating free much longer. John Blackstone, CBS News, Sausalito.
And that's the top of the news. Dan Rather. Leslie Stahl will be here tomorrow. I'll see you Monday. Good night.
Thrown 30 feet across into a field, and when I got up, there were people laying all over the place.
A force of nature almost too powerful to comprehend. A killer tornado. It ripped through Edmonton, Canada this afternoon, flattening houses, tossing cars about like twigs, and leaving at least 32 people dead. Good evening, topping Nightcast, a moving path of destruction. A tornado that hit late today in Edmonton, Canada.
Hotel apartments, when the fire broke out, say they were running for their lives.
It was really bad. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face.
Somebody was screaming, fire, fire, and then I heard a bunch of glass break.
The fire department says the fire apparently started in a light well, then traveled up through the walls to the attic. It was hard to control.
The manpower is groping around in the dark smoke, trying to open walls, and of course when they open them up, the smoke gets worse. The heat gets unbearable.
More than 2 hours later, the fire was finally brought under control. But tonight, more than 60 to 70 people are out of their homes.
The fire department says the roof is now gone, the top floor is in bad shape, and there's probably water everywhere. Pat Plummer, one of the tenants, waited on the sidewalk. He actually risked his own life by going into the burning building to save his pet birds.
Finches were hanging upside down from the perches, and I just reached in, I caught them, and put them in this and brought them down.
The fire department finished its job. Now it's up to the Red Cross to help these people who no longer have a place to stay. In San Francisco, Sherry Hu, Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Nightcast.
At this hour, damage estimates from the fire are being placed at more than $1 million. Luckily, nobody was hurt in the flames. So far, no word on the cause. Kate?
Survey shows the problem is much worse than reported before. It's a draft of what's going to the superintendent of schools on Monday. Dave Bryan has obtained a copy of that survey tonight, and is here to tell us what it shows. Dave?
Right. Kate, this is the survey, and it was completed just today. In fact, it shows that 47 of the 108 sites that were checked do have asbestos problems.
The survey was put together by asbestos control team inspectors like these. They found that 1 out of every 3 school buildings contains friable asbestos, asbestos which is most dangerous because it's crumbling. The survey raises new concerns about Gene Parker Elementary School, where friable asbestos was found inside a ventilation fan that circulates air throughout the building. School officials are now waiting on new dust tests to determine how dangerous this finding is. At McAteer High, where the asbestos hazards have been well documented, the survey confirms the school is riddled with the stuff. Samples from 55 different locations showed asbestos is present. Ironically, even at Galileo High, one of the locations under consideration for transferring McAteer students this fall, friable asbestos was discovered in 24 locations, ranging from a damaged ceiling in the cafeteria to debris in the ROTC armory. Even in schools where hundreds of thousands of dollars have already been spent for the asbestos to be taken out, the survey found more. At Ben Franklin Middle School, for example, asbestos was found in 3 samples from the auditorium ceiling. One school which is not included in tonight's survey, but which asbestos inspectors are still concerned about, is the Kate Kennedy Children's Center. There, too, the concern is over asbestos dust in the ventilation system, and new test results are awaited.
We've obtained another document tonight. This is a letter from the district to a contractor who was supposed to get all of the asbestos out of certain schools in the first place. It confirms that a lot of the asbestos was missed at John Swett, Newcomer, Marina, and Benjamin Franklin schools, and it shows that even as the extent of the problem grows, the district is pushing very hard to get things cleaned up by the end of August, just before school starts. And Kate, this letter, too, contains information that will be included in the superintendent's major report expected Monday on the problem of asbestos in San Francisco schools.
All right, we'll be hearing more about it then. All right, thank you, Dave. Mac?
President Reagan had a small patch of skin cancer removed from his nose today. The White House says the procedure went very well. The president waved to reporters as he returned to the White House from Bethesda Naval Hospital tonight, calling out that he felt fine after the microsurgery. This is the president's 3rd bout with skin cancer in 2 years. Doctors say it's the result of a lifetime of exposure to the sun.
And still ahead on Nightcast, the new James
10th, after the deal became public. Weinberger testified that he was so blocked by the White House that he got some of his information from foreign intelligence sources.
Well, I later learned that there was a meeting scheduled, which I then urged not to be held. As I say, I had imprecise knowledge because it didn't come from United States sources.
Weinberger's testimony repeated what has become one of the persistent themes of these hearings, that the White House systematically withheld information from the president's top advisors about the arms sale.
John Dancy, NBC News, at the U.S. Capitol.
Meantime, President Reagan's Persian Gulf policy is not being supported by U.S. allies tonight. France declined to supply any ships with airplanes intended to sweep mines from the Persian Gulf. Great Britain and the Netherlands did the same, saying the ships would only increase tensions. Today, Iran's president warned the U.S. to pull its ships out of the dangerous whirlpool of the Gulf or face an Iranian attack.
Work's about to begin on the newest space shuttle. Today, NASA awarded a $1.3 billion contract to Rockwell International to build a replacement for the shuttle Challenger. The new shuttle will be an improved model with a blow-off hatch to give astronauts a way to bail out in an emergency. Other contracts will be awarded for the engines and other parts, raising the total price of the shuttle to more than $2 billion.
In San Francisco tonight, school board members are charging cover-up in the asbestos dilemma plaguing the schools. And they're calling for a criminal investigation claiming staff withheld the facts on the severity of the problem since 1985. News Center 4's Emil Guillermo reports.
School district staff knew asbestos was a big problem back in 1985. This report said there was 2 million feet of asbestos pipe at over 100 school sites. $1.5 million, in fact, was spent on cleanup. The report also said that $17 million more was needed by 1990. But the district's policymakers, the Board of Education, never got the report. Board member Libby Dennebaum says she was long told by district staff that this EPA clearance indicated things were fine. They weren't.
I believe a lot was covered up that as board members we should have known about.
The district's Eduardo Escobedo wrote the 85 report and admitted this.
Personally, I did not share it with the board.
But the 1985 report is just one example. Yesterday, as News Center 4 first reported, former asbestos project manager Bill Canales said he was told not to talk about how widespread the asbestos problems were back in 1986.
We had the evidence. He didn't want to hear it. He wanted me to forget about it, and it was an order.
Canales' boss, Eduardo Escobedo, who admitted that he knew that the asbestos problems were great back then.
I was fully aware of the situation at hand and that ultimately the district would have to spend a considerable amount of money
Now board member Joanne Miller is calling for an investigation.
We do need an investigation by the district attorney's office or the grand jury.
Miller feels the information the district knew in '85 and '86 could have been enough to approve cleanup efforts then, not now. In the meantime, she says people may have faced unnecessary health risks. Emil Guillermo, News Center 4.
I think you'll like it.
If Henry Weinhard would have brewed a light beer in 1856, he would have brewed it with the same care and full-bodied taste as his private reserve.
Now, you're saying if I drink this here Henry's lighter beer, I can cut back on my what?
Aerobics.
Aerobics.
Interesting. But the times weren't right. Henry's light. Now the times are right.
In an effort. Oliver North and Fawn Hall look-alike.
Last night, my little sister Delia.
That's going on. Strangers now, but not for long. Are you not aware?
Category was Michelle Stoffel. We decided to put her side by side with the real Fawn and let you decide. In the Oliver North event, the winner was Tom Anarino. Here's the imitation and then the real thing. I don't know.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough for Jen.
That didn't fly.
Beautiful day today. Hey, today is July 31st. It finally felt like summer, except out in the avenues where it should have been cold.
His cane accidentally jams in the door. But in the film, he uses the mishap. And the revolving door sparks off one of the most hilarious moments in the picture. This is not Eric Campbell, but a stuntman. Chaplin has told him to stay underwater for as long as he can, waving his legs. The signal for his rescue, his legs together. Among those who rush to pull him out is Eric Campbell. The gymnasium is the heart of a health spa and the heart of this film. Chaplin had many attempts to find the right gags. This sequence was cut from the final film, perhaps because it lacked the logic Chaplin was always searching for. .622 slates in. Chaplin is reluctant to throw away the traffic cut and letting sunlight through to the steps behind. Surviving prints of the cure always fade out at this point. Could this have been how the film once ended? Or is Chaplin just fooling for the benefit of Edna Purviance? Edna Purviance was Chaplin's leading lady for 8 years. She'd had no acting experience, which Chaplin preferred. This camera test shows the features which first attracted him. She had a sensitive mouth, he wrote, and beautiful, large eyes. She was more than pretty. Here, Chaplin directs her in a scene from The Adventurer. The axe comes to his foot. How it was done was never revealed, for Chaplin favored mystery. The solution can only be found from the film itself. If we slow this down, it's even more baffling. He seems to kick an object on the floor, and his hat wobbles before he conjures it on his head. Chaplin wanted the axe to fall dangerously close, without danger. This slate board provides a clue as to how he did it. And the answer shows how skillfully Chaplin and his technicians could use camera tricks when they needed to. It was done by cranking the camera in reverse and staging the action backwards. The hat falls from his head, which is the reason for the wobble, and the object on the floor is a mistake, his pipe knocked from his mouth. And after all this effort, the scene was cut and never shown. A Chaplin mystery.
Oh, yeah. If you don't mind, I'm gonna borrow you for a few moments. Feel like going to church with me this evening? All right, let's go. Oh, swing low. Oh, sweet chariot.
All the world's best efforts to stop it or even to slow it down. Peter Van Sant will report our Sunday morning cover story on a worldwide problem of epidemic proportions.
AIDS cases continue to rise, primarily among gays. But will AIDS become an epidemic in the general population? The Centers for Disease Control says an outbreak of AIDS among heterosexuals is unlikely. But other researchers say the CDC's optimism is wrong and dangerous. They say AIDS is increasingly becoming an affliction of the poor. Later on Sunday morning, we'll examine those issues and also visit with some dedicated people who are helping AIDS victims.
We'll go on the road with some Chinese tourists who, with a new partner, you're taking a chance with your life. Most people know that by now, but they keep doing those things anyway. And AIDS keeps spreading. Next weekend, more than 1,000 health professionals will meet with the Federal Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta in the first national conference on AIDS and minorities. AIDS is right now disproportionately a disease of Hispanics and of blacks. The federal government will announce next week a $7 million grant to help out. Frankly, that is not very much help. AIDS is already of epidemic proportions. Peter Van Sant reports our Sunday morning cover story.
I just come from the ward you have here for children who have AIDS. And let me just make a promise to those children and all others who have contracted this disease. I will do all that God gives us the power to do to find a cure for AIDS.
For critics of the Reagan administration's handling of the AIDS epidemic, it was an extraordinary day. The president, who for years had rarely mentioned the disease, was holding a baby born with AIDS.
Strategy for finding a cure.
The occasion was the unveiling of the new Presidential Commission on AIDS, a study group formed after more than 22,000 people have died from the disease, and perhaps another 2 million have become carriers.
How can we most justly and effectively protect the public from the spread of AIDS?
Critics say the president's new attention to the problem is too little, too late. Former Health Secretary Joseph Califano.
In the context of the lives that are threatened by AIDS and the fact that it is the worst epidemic of the century, no, I think the response of the Reagan administration has been inadequate.
The panelists raised many issues of the ramifications of AIDS upon minority communities, with particular references to the poor and AIDS as it affects people of color differently, women, children, gays, and the impact of IV drugs.
Suki Ports is with New York's Minority Task Force on AIDS. She spoke recently before a congressional hearing on AIDS.
But the impact of AIDS on the lowest income cannot be separated from the problems we have yet to solve within the existing racism and sexism and classism which we face here in this community. We cannot hide
ourselves. We don't have a spirit of crisis at the top, where even though you have now a commission that's been appointed, it's been a long time in happening.
You can't ignore it anymore, and we've pretty well ignored it to this point.
Dr. Paul Volberding, considered one of the nation's foremost experts on AIDS, is also worried that past government inaction has allowed the disease to spread.
Why should people feel concerned? Because a couple million of them, of all of us, might die of this before the epidemic plays out, even if no one else gets infected, because a number of their children will get it, perhaps in many cases because they turn out to be homosexual or IV drug users, and yet those are still loved children.
Since AIDS first appeared in the U.S. in the 1970s, its spread among gay men has been explosive. The government's researchers doubt the same kind of epidemic will sweep through the rest of the population.
We don't really know why the spread into heterosexuals is proceeding so slowly there.
Dr. Harold Jaffe of the Centers for Disease Control.
But I don't think that we're going to see the very abrupt and rapid spread that we saw in the past in some other populations. I think the spread will be more gradual and more focal.
But the CDC's optimistic claims are being challenged by other researchers whose studies tell a more frightening story, that AIDS is spreading among heterosexuals, that ghettos have become breeding grounds for the disease, and that poor blacks and Hispanics are increasingly becoming its victims. In Miami, health clinics bordering ghetto areas are seeing dramatic increases of AIDS cases among heterosexuals. Researchers at the University of Miami say heterosexual transmission now accounts for more than 25% of all inner-city AIDS cases.
We continue to see it in monogamous relationships. And
Dr. Margaret Fischel conducted the inner-city AIDS study.
We're seeing it clearly in the inner-city economically depressed areas where couples or individuals have multiple partners. And that rate is doubling approximately every 6 months. So at least looking at testing for the virus, we find no evidence, at least in the inner city, that this epidemic is slowing down. If anything, it's increasing.
In Alameda County, California, which includes Oakland, another AIDS study of women seeking marriage licenses turned up more bad news.
People are not listening. People don't think, the general public doesn't think it could happen to them.
Dr. Robert Benjamin.
Next Friday or Saturday night, when fellas, you're at your favorite bar looking for some woman to take home, at least in this county, you've got a 1 in 200 chance of hitting on somebody who may be infected. And for women who are in the same bar looking for some guy to take home, actually their risk is even higher because you have to add on bisexual men and the possibility that there may be more IV drug using men than women.
Experts say IV drug users are major spreaders of the disease, infecting each other by sharing used needles. Once infected, they spread the disease to their sexual partners. In New York City, AIDS is now the #1 cause of death for women between the ages of 25 and 34.
It's going to come back to haunt us that we didn't mount a more effective program in the IV drug users, because that looks like the bridge of this virus to the broader heterosexual populations.
Critics say it's time the Reagan administration launched a massive education program to reach IV drug addicts.
You need an especially aggressive effort, which is really almost one-on-one education, and it costs money. When you talk about moving into the minority community, because there, you're talking about very poor people. Take a city like New York City, which has a stunning problem with AIDS among men and women in the heterosexual community of drug users. How do you get into that community? You can only get into that community by spending a lot of dough and having social workers move in and talk to those people.
Every time you share a needle with someone, you're shooting someone else's blood right into your vein. Half the drug users in New York City are...
Without a federal program, private groups have had to resort to television spots to reach IV drug users.
If you have to shoot up, don't share your needle.
But those on the front line of the battle say the spots aren't getting through. Suki Ports.
If you're homeless and you don't have a TV camera plugged into the sidewalk, you obviously don't know anything about what's going on. If you're poor and you don't have a radio, you don't know what's going on. And if you have dropped out of school, or if you've had one too many dose of something or other and your brain is a little bit foggy, you may not be able to understand what is being said.
Hi, Jane.
What is being...
Hi, how you doing? Okay, how are you doing? Oh, I feel all right today. Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. Good day? Yeah.
Suki Ports has become a one-woman educational task force.
16 to do over, or if you were telling your own daughter something about being 16.
She's visiting Jane, an IV drug user with AIDS. Jane asks that we hide her face and disguise her voice.
It's, it's really so much that I would tell her. If I knew what I knew now, I would sit my daughter down and I would explain to her all about the drug things, all about using someone else's needle as far as getting high. I would get into the sex thing with my daughter,
I don't think anybody in the United States of America is unreachable.
Joseph Califano.
There are ways to reach into all these communities. You go in and deal with it. You reach for them. You do something. You talk to them.
That this is not
Dr.
the case.
Robert Benjamin.
But hope and prayer are not any better forms of contraception than they are prevention of disease transmission. We can't rely on hope. We have to look at what is, and we have to act.
Okay, I appreciate you coming. So when will I see you again?
In a few days. I won't promise and then have to break the promise, or I'll come but I'll be back in a few minutes with the sandwich.
Those doing something about AIDS say they can't wait for government help. Heroes like Suki Ports, who knows that with each passing day, more people are falling victim to the AIDS virus.
At least one athlete is now accusing management of dropping the ball.
Lonnie Smith. When the Kansas City Royals played the New York Yankees this week, Lonnie Smith received a walk to first base. A sharp contrast to the walk he took 2 years ago to a federal courthouse in Pittsburgh, where he testified that he was addicted to cocaine. As a result of his addiction, Baseball Commissioner Peter Ueberroth required Smith to submit to random drug testing for the duration of his career. But this week, Smith complained that Ueberroth's anti-drug plan is mainly talk. He says he is yet to be tested this season, which is more than half over.
The testing wasn't being followed like I thought it would be. So I felt that on my behalf that they weren't keeping their side of the bargain.
The baseball commissioner's office declined an interview, but said Smith will be tested.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs and have some fun.
But other professional athletes are also questioning how effective their front offices are in dealing with the drug problem. In excerpts from his soon-to-be-released book, New York Giants linebacker Lawrence Taylor says when he was using cocaine, the team tried to do something about it. But Taylor says he found a way to beat the system and continued using drugs.
The point that he makes is that neither the National Football League nor the New York Giants nor any team can solve a problem that society hasn't solved. If the person doesn't face the problem, it ain't solved.
Many feel the solution is mandatory drug testing, but some in the sports world feel that that solution may only lead to another problem. Alcoholism has affected at least 4 players on the Minnesota Vikings.
I think the problem, as I have seen it here, is shifting away from drugs, and that alcohol is becoming more of a problem and drugs is becoming less of a problem.
Lawrence Taylor made his comeback by depending on himself to beat his drug problems.
He was not condemning the league or the Giants. He's saying that what was around was not going to bail him out. He had to do that himself.
Lonnie Smith is moving around the bases. He knows that he may never be fully cured from the effects of cocaine, but he continues to speak out against it.
Use drugs and you'll pay a terrible price. I know. Say no to drugs.
Lonnie Smith is trying to make it home safely from his battle with drugs, but he fears that without the discipline of regular drug testing, he may not make it. Harold Dow, CBS News, New York.
On this day back in 1937, Congress passed the first federal law effectively banning marijuana use. 50 years later, pot brings in billions of illegal dollars. 30 to 50 million people have used the drug, and there's no end in sight.
We got checked all the way through there. We found one patch.
Marijuana has become one of America's biggest cash crops. Police have captured tons of plants. But in the cat-and-mouse game of illegal drugs, the growers are winning. They've moved indoors, using the latest agricultural techniques to produce incredibly potent pot.
You'd have a 500-pound tomato available on the market if they employed the same technology and there were the same profit in it as there is in the marijuana business.
Many researchers are now saying more potent means more dangerous. Damage to lungs and short-term memory, possible brain damage. And long-term users can find getting off the drug as hard psychologically as kicking heroin.
They realize that they have never gone to a movie or a concert or had a good meal or had sex without being under the influence of marijuana. And then when they stop, it's like they're on the moon.
Because of these new concerns about the health dangers of smoking pot, the drive to decriminalize marijuana laws has been stopped cold. In liberal Oregon, voters rejected an initiative to legalize marijuana by a 3-to-1 margin.
I think that there is a feeling that marijuana is a dangerous drug. It's a quote-unquote narcotic, and Americans simply are very, very afraid of what they perceive to be dangerous drugs.
But worries about the new, more powerful marijuana are overshadowed by the far more dangerous drugs that are part of America's epidemic.
People are finding that with more serious problems, like cocaine trafficking, it just isn't worth the expense and the futility of trying to arrest marijuana smokers.
50 years after the first laws prohibiting marijuana use, police and state legislatures are resigned to the drug as an unfortunate fact of life.
How can our system of government work if the administration is not candid in its answers to the Congress?
Congressman Lee Hamilton and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North defined the two poles of the argument: an administration obsessed with preventing leaks and a Congress kept in the dark by the White House. The administration's determination to win the release of the hostages and help the Contras despite Congress was the engine that drove a large part of U.S. foreign policy. It was a secret policy that prevented any advice from Congress. Secretly, the Reagan administration sold anti-aircraft and anti-tank weapons to Iran, hoping that would buy freedom for American hostages. Congress was not informed as required by law. National Security Advisor John Poindexter put it succinctly.
I simply didn't want any outside interference.
Secretly, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North devised a scheme to finance the Contras by overcharging Iran for the weapons and diverting the profits.
I don't think it was wrong. I think it was a neat idea.
Secretly, retired Air Force General Richard Secord brought in Iranian-born arms dealer Albert Hakim. Secretly, they opened Swiss bank accounts to funnel millions to the Contras, and just as secretly, they kept millions more in the bank without North's knowledge. North and Poindexter kept details secret from the president's top advisors.
None of those details was ever made known to me. I certainly knew nothing of the diversion of funds and the markup and of the basic costs and so on.
Sometimes I feel like I'd like to wring somebody's neck.
One of the intriguing and still unanswered questions: what role did the late CIA director William Casey play? Oliver North testified that Casey was fully informed of the diversion scheme and had a plan of his own for some of the diverted arms sales profits to create a sort of CIA within the CIA.
The director was interested in the ability to go to an existing, as he put it, off-the-shelf, self-sustaining, stand-alone entity that could perform certain activities on behalf of the United States.
No other witness has backed up North's testimony that Casey was fully aware of the diversion. And all of this, if Admiral John Poindexter is correct, happened without President Reagan's knowledge or approval. It was Poindexter who saw the president daily, and often alone, who said the president never knew anything about the diversion.
The buck stops here with me. I made the decision. I felt that I had the authority to do it. I thought it was a good idea. I was convinced that the president would, in the end, think it was a good idea. But I did not want him to be associated with the decision.
Congress has been astonished and deeply troubled by all these revelations that a major foreign policy initiative was being carried out by private businessmen and run by the National Security Council staff.
It seems to me what happened in all of this is, in effect, there was a junta within the government of the United States. A coup, in effect, had occurred in the White House.
The position of the National Security Council staff may have been summed up by Oliver North's secretary, Fawn Hall.
I believed in Colonel North, and there was a very solid and very valid reason that he must have been doing this. And sometimes you have to go above the written law, I believe.
North emerged as the star of the hearings, a sort of everyman in uniform, frustrated with Congress and yearning for quick, decisive action.
Plain and simple, the Congress is to blame because of the fickle, vacillating, unpredictable, on-again, off-again policy toward the Nicaraguan democratic resistance.
But Congress had its stars, too. Warren Rudman of New Hampshire had a talent for cutting through the rhetoric.
The American people have the constitutional right to be wrong.
Mitchell of Maine delivered a stern rebuttal to North, who received more than 50,000 telegrams, many praising North's devotion to the country.
Please remember that others share that devotion, and recognize that it is possible for an American to disagree with you on aid to the Contras and still love God and still love this country just as much as you do.
But it fell to Lee Hamilton, a plain-spoken, unassuming congressman from Indiana, to be the conscience of the committee.
What these committees have heard is a depressing story. It is a story of not telling the truth to the Congress and to the American people.
These public hearings have cost some $10 million, consumed 41 days, and heard from 29 witnesses. They have answered some of the questions, but not the central one. How will Congress and the White House govern together when they so deeply distrust each other? John Dancy, NBC News, at the U.S. Capitol.
Not hold a press conference until next month. Nonetheless, we have learned a great deal about the president during the course of these hearings. And that's the subject of tonight's report by NBC's Andrea Mitchell.
The hearings portrayed a very different Ronald Reagan from the disengaged, forgetful president described by the Tower Board. First, the hostages. Despite frequent denials that he was trading arms for hostages, this was a president almost obsessed by a desire to get the hostages home, even if it meant undermining his own policy against terrorism.
He said, well, the American people will never forgive me if I fail to get these hostages out over this legal question.
And that became the marching order for the National Security staff.
This is not a direct quote, but it was something to the effect that I don't feel that we can leave any stone unturned in trying to get the hostages back.
When his top foreign policy advisors objected, he apparently froze them out, signing secret orders making it clear that it was an arms for hostages swap. And later he ignored advice to cut his losses.
I told him I thought we ought to break it off, that, we'd been snookered again. And how many times, do we put up with this rug merchant type of stuff?
Next, the Contra War. The president told the Tower Board that he didn't know his White House was running the war. As the testimony unfolded, Mr. Reagan's story changed.
As a matter of fact, I was very definitely involved in the decisions about support to the freedom fighters. My idea to begin with.
But when it came to a major policy decision, the diversion of funds to the Contras, the key witness said he never told the boss.
Are you saying that your decision was not to tell the president so that he would be able to deny that he knew of it?
That's correct.
What has emerged from the hearings is a portrait of a president who may not have known about the diversion of funds, but who was deeply involved in other covert operations and who kept that knowledge from his top cabinet advisors. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News at the White House.
With the congressional hearings now completed, the focus of the Iran-Contra inquiry turns to the special prosecutor, Lawrence Walsh. The congressional investigation was big, but Walsh's is even bigger. He has 35 FBI agents and dozens of lawyers at his command, far more than the congressional committee. The hearings produced evidence of at least a dozen crimes, and Walsh is expected to announce a number of indictments early in the fall. Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter have been told that they are officially targets of his investigation.
An Arabic word for the same God of Abraham and Christ. Islam is more than a religion. It is law ordering all activities of life, so it is a way of life. Islam is separated into two kinds of Muslim, Sunnis and Shiites. The Sunnis, who are the vast majority, believe religious leaders should be selected by the community. The Shiites believe they should come from the bloodline of Muhammad. 1,200 years ago, they lost the battle over the succession, and Shiites have felt disfranchised since, a deprived minority. A minority in all the Muslim countries except Iran and Iraq. So when Khomeini defeated the Shah, the client of the powerful Americans, Shiites suddenly felt powerful. It unleashed centuries of rage at having felt disfranchised and despised. In Saudi Arabia, the Sunni leaders consider Shiites heretics. The Shiites there are mostly in the oil fields. And Amnesty International reports they've been forbidden to practice their religion in Saudi Arabia. So there may be some religious friction there, but scholars suggest the real friction is political. The fear of Muslim kings that Khomeini is exporting his revolution at every opportunity.
The effort of the Iranian revolutionary government to utilize the pilgrimage for propaganda purposes among the other pilgrims has been pronounced ever since the beginning of the war.
So the meaning of the bloodshed at the holiest place of Islam last Friday was not religious so much as political.
Iranians were perhaps trying to warn the Saudis that they should not be too close to the Americans or grant basing rights to the Americans.
Middle East scholars suggest Saudi Arabia can now do two things: quietly try to make accommodation with Iran or openly oppose it. Neither choice the desired one. John Hart, NBC News, New York.
Mayor and the memorandum right in its tracks.
I want to live in a place where no human being is discriminated against on the basis of any of the protected categories in our city's human rights ordinances. That's why I came to San Francisco. There's one sentence in this amendment that makes that we all have to vote against it. And that is the sentence which says it is the policy of the Navy not to discriminate against lesbians and gay men. That, folks, is a lie. I ask my colleagues, if you cannot tell the Navy that we expect of them to respect the rights of our lesbian and gay citizens, don't put this language in, put nothing in, because nothing is better than hypocrisy, and this language is supremely hypocritical.
After that speech, Supervisor Bill Maher switched from a yes to a no. The mayor's staff and Navy representatives met in nervous conferences. Britt had once again won another battle. Meanwhile, Supervisor Molinari, who suddenly found his chief gay supporter, Harry Britt, attacking his position, agreed to delay the vote for another 2 weeks and work out language that would be satisfactory. Well, that may not be easy, since the Navy said again today it cannot accept anti-discrimination language that is stronger than the federal government's standards. Britt and the Missouri opponents won another battle, but not yet the war. Rollin Post, News Center 4.
Then there's this Monday. A confidential report by the University of California shows that Asians are rejected more than whites and other minorities for admission to UC's graduate schools. This report comes amid claims by some Asian Americans that UC discriminates against Asians. News Center 4 has obtained a copy of the secret report. Vic Lee has the story.
The report shows for the past 2 years, Asians were admitted to UC's graduate schools at rates far below those for whites and other minorities. But the report points out there was no significant difference between whites and Asians on graduate test scores and grade point averages. Professor Ron Takaki, director of the Ethnic Studies program, says he was shocked by the findings, which he calls potentially explosive.
Now, why is it that the likelihood of a white student entering into electrical engineering and computer sciences is twice as great as the likelihood of an Asian American admitted to electrical engineering and computer sciences? This is very puzzling.
The report says Asian applicants had the highest rejection rate for all graduate programs offered by UC. Example, physical science and math. Just about 51% of whites applying were admitted, as were 43% of blacks and Hispanics. But only 24.4% of Asians were accepted to graduate programs in science and math, subjects which traditionally attract many Asians. UC President David Gardner was out of town and could not be reached for comment. We went to Assistant Vice President Jean Cota-Robles, whose office prepared the report. Cota-Robles says he too was alarmed at the findings.
The question really is that we have to define at the point of decision what were the factors that are involved in the admission of students.
Graduate students are chosen by a committee of faculty members. Each department has its own admissions committee. Professor Takaki says if there is discrimination, correcting the admissions process will not come overnight.
A predominantly white male faculty unconsciously may be choosing or selecting students in their own image. In other words, they are choosing students who look like them.
The report has been given to graduate school deans on all 9 campuses. They were told to conduct separate investigations. Their findings are to be turned over to President Gardner in mid-October. Vic Lee, News Center 4.
Ending during his weekend concert in New Jersey, and he's headed for the Bay Area for a performance Friday in San Jose. Here's a look at what fans can expect. Carried the virus who were tested. In Nevada, one survey found that approximately 25% were infected. But those were street hookers. In Nevada, they also have brothels, where the women are licensed and the profession is legal. There, it's another story. As we hear from Linda Yee in tonight's cover story, Risky Business.
Sex for sale, a multi-million-dollar industry.
I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some touch.
And in Nevada, where it's legal, it's a business that's taken very seriously. Even more so now because of AIDS. Prostitution became legal in Nevada during the days soon after the gold rush. By one historian's count, 1 in every 12 women in the boom towns was a prostitute. And with the business came the hazards. Venereal disease was common, and there was no control.
Hi, what's your name? That's a nice name. I'm Scarlett. It's nice to meet you.
In the modern-day bordellos of Nevada, the word today is control. Here at the Sagebrush Ranch in Carson City, one of the biggest brothels in Nevada, one girl can service as many as 20 customers a night. A popular girl on a good night can make as much as $2,000. Multiple anonymous sex, one of the primary risks for getting AIDS. Brothel owners say that AIDS is the best argument for legalized prostitution. Brothel owner Linda Fondren.
I don't think it's whether you're for or against prostitution. It does exist, and it exists out there with no controls. Here it is controlled. A gentleman walking in here will not catch AIDS or any other type of disease because it is controlled here. The girls are tested.
Well, I'm gonna need the money first, and then I'm gonna have to wash you and check you.
When a customer goes to the room with the lady, there's a method that she uses to physically check him to make sure that he doesn't have any venereal diseases.
Let's get the show on the road and, have some fun.
The brothel industry leaves nothing to chance. Last year, it imposed on itself a regulation that is now posted in every room. Condoms must be used. It's a law that Scarlett won't break.
Any of your customers ever say, no, I don't want to use a condom?
Then I tell him, well, you use one or you go. And if he doesn't want to use one, he goes. Because it's not worth it to me. I mean, the money's good, but it's not worth it. My life is more valuable than that.
The Nevada State Health Department has imposed weekly tests for gonorrhea and syphilis. Every brothel has its own doctor or nurse who draws the blood from the working girls. The tests are performed in state labs. But there's more. Last year, the state of Nevada made it mandatory for every legal prostitute to test every month for AIDS. Today, the state health department reports that not one of them has tested positive. The state recently passed a law that will now force prostitutes who work the streets, which is illegal in Nevada, to take the AIDS test when they've been arrested. State Health Director Larry Mathias.
Would you prefer not to have these brothels?
In the middle of an epidemic, you prefer to have as much control as you can over risk. And the legal brothels permit us the opportunity to contain and identify risk. So whatever you read into that, that's my appraisal of it.
The brothel industry admits that the AIDS crisis has cut business in half. It is slowly picking up again.
When AIDS first surfaced, did you feel that it could have destroyed all of your businesses here?
Well, no, actually, I think it helped because people find out that this is a safe place to have sex. You know, other than with your wife or your husband who's at home, where else can you come to have safe sex? Is in a brothel. It's controlled.
I'm concerned about it, which makes me cautious, which makes me not scared because I know I'm protecting myself and in that way protecting my customers. And if they're protected, they're going to be the ones coming back. And if they're protected, then I'm protected. And it's good for all of us.
There are 37 legal brothels in Nevada. The health department says there are 300 licensed prostitutes, and officials believe most of them are educated about AIDS. But just to be sure, state health inspectors go to the brothels to teach them about the disease.
I think anytime anyone engages in sexual behavior with anyone whose past activities they're uncertain of, then they've put themselves at risk. In effect, we in Nevada have tried to confront that issue head on.
Where cleanliness is and where there's checking and all that kind of stuff, then you're not going to find AIDS. I mean, there has never been a case, so I mean, that tells you something.
I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some touch.
Brothel owners insist they take AIDS seriously. One owner said a customer recently offered any girl in the house $1,000 if she would forget the condom. There were no takers. In Nevada, Linda Yee, News Center 4.
Father Junipero Serra. On this radio talk show, the topic was the beatification, or the second of 3 steps to making Serra a saint.
It's ridiculous to give sainthood to a man like that. I mean, I can't. A saint he ain't.
Father Serra set up the California mission system. The Catholic Church has already granted him the first step to sainthood for what it calls civilizing the Indians. and making them Christians. Some Native Americans see it differently.
How husbands and wives were separated, how children were sold away to wealthy Spanish families, how there is under the parking lot of the mission 800 of my people buried in a single pit, and how for all of us, the missions were death houses, they were slave camps, they were an Auschwitz for us.
There is a growing movement among Native Americans to stop sainthood for Sarah. This radio talk show on KAZU-FM in Pacific Grove discussed Pope John Paul's upcoming visit to the Carmel mission and the possibility he may beatify Sarah. The local diocese hopes he will.
Father Serra was a man who was concerned about Indian rights. Look at his writings and you'll see that he championed the Indian here in this country. He was concerned about their treatment by the Spanish government and by soldiers and intervened on their behalf.
Native American Catholics like Sacheen Littlefeather will meet the Holy Father in Arizona and pass on their objections to Sarah.
It's hard for us to understand. There's a tremendous amount of spiritual pain in swallowing this cup of vinegar.
Indian activists plan to encircle the mission for 3 days, be here when the Pope arrives. They want to point out that more than 1,000 of their ancestors are buried beneath the grounds here. They say some were murdered, victims of Father Serra's system. In Carmel, Manuel Ramos, Channel 5, Eyewitness News.
The Vatican has not announced whether Father Serra is going to be beatified. They could make the announcement anytime before the Pope arrives here. And of course, we'll have complete coverage of the Pope's visit right here on Channel 5.
Health workers are concerned about the possible spread of AIDS into the general population. Bob Fall looks tonight at one way that could happen.
Honey, I told you I got a room. You want to go to my room?
Yeah, how much is it going to cost me?
What you want to do?
The world's oldest profession is grappling with the world's newest terror, the fear of AIDS.
I'm worried. Worried about getting AIDS and dying of the virus.
One recent government study found that 12% of streetwalkers have the AIDS virus. Another survey says in some big cities the rate is 4 times higher. It's a fact of life, though, for you. It's an everyday
It's an occupational
business.
hazard.
And ladies of the night are not the only victims. From Miami's Biscayne Boulevard to a few short blocks from the White House, women selling their bodies could also be selling death. This year, says one report, up to 10,000 American men will get AIDS from female prostitutes.
They look sick. They got marks on their arms. They got sores around their mouth, sores on their arms.
And
the Johns keep on soliciting them.
The guy that goes to an office and works 9 to 5, loves his family, loves his kids, loves his sex.
Well, I got a motel back here. You want to pull through there?
Many of them are married, likely to have sex with other women, and if they're doing something that's risky to them, then they're doing something that's risky to their partner.
There are no signs yet AIDS from prostitutes has spread widely. Some health experts don't think it's much of a problem. Don't tell that to this 27-year-old New Yorker who's convinced he got AIDS not from a needle or homosexual, but from a hooker.
I was dating prostitutes, you know, like girlfriends, steady girlfriends. And in that time, I wasn't scared, you know, to catch AIDS by a prostitute.
Prostitutes like 19-year-old Wendy, who says she slept with over 200 men since being diagnosed as having the AIDS virus.
I believe I've spread it a few times. I tell them no, that I don't have it, that I'm clean. If they didn't want to catch nothing, they shouldn't be out there picking up any girls.
If that attitude seems callous, out here it makes good sense.
I would want the money. If I told him I had it, he wouldn't give me the money, right?
He'd take it somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Worried, working girls here insist they're taking more safeguards than ever before and insisting customers do likewise. Guy comes in and won't use a condom, what do you do then?
I don't date him.
Flat out, that's simple.
Flat
Go
out,
somewhere.
that's simple. Go somewhere else.
But late at night, a reporter learns on the street, money still talks louder than hygiene. If I don't use one, I have to go somewhere else? Is that what you're telling me?
You want to use one?
I don't want to use one.
Okay, we don't have to use one.
Hi, girlfriend.
Hey,
you need any condoms? We got some free condoms. Okay.
Worried about AIDS, Washington, D.C. gives away free condoms on the street. Nevada lawmakers debate 20-year jail terms for infected hookers. Miami police arrest girls as quickly as possible, even though cops here know the girls will return a few hours later.
It's 10 or 15 hours that they're not able to solicit any prospective customers. It's 10 or 15 hours that some of these people will not pick up anything and then transmit it to their families
that is not going to have a major impact in very large numbers. It is not going to slow down this epidemic at all.
So solutions being tried give temporary relief. There are no guarantees that someone like Wendy won't go back on the street and infect others. Because there aren't, the consequence can be deadly.
Knowing what you know now, do you think you should have been more careful?
Now, yeah, but it's already too late. You see, it's already too late.
Bob Fall, CBS News, New York.
Strengthen the credibility. What was that? We're creating a factory of dreams. Yes. You've got to deepen your symbolic values. Uh-huh. That kind of person doesn't exist. No. You don't have to be beautiful like Christina. People must understand that. So why are they helping to drug the soapy viewers? Well, it's been a free and frank exchange of excuses, but I think the short answer is a job's...
So formidable was the reputation of the ruling Maharajas that the British found it politic to share their colonial power.
कौन सी पिक्चर वो यार है ना जानी दुश्मन बहुत अच्छी एक्टिंग है और बहुत अच्छी शानदार पिक्चर है यार डर लगता है यार वो इसका चलेगा पिक्चर में चलेगा इस पिक्चर में गाना बहुत बढ़िया वो गाना है नहीं वो तेरे हाथों में पहना के चूड़ियाँ कल देखेंगे यार इसको गाने दो तीन बहुत टॉप टॉप है मान तो अभी तो गाड़ी में भी टाइम है अभी चाय तो पी के जा क्या टाइम है बस गाड़ी टाइम हो गया अरे यार बस ये सब गड़बड़ हो गई जाना यार जा आजा सेठ साहब एक पान तो लगा दो इलायची सुपारी पेपरमेंट के मामला
is now a reality. In a land where a man's caste had imprisoned him in his function, the railway brought a new independence, the independence of a regular wage. And on the railway platform at Fulera, another railway employee awaits the arrival of the Maruda Express. His name is O.P. Dixit, a hero of the system for 35 years, a traveling ticket inspector, a detective on the train.
The highest earnings, and you will be surprised to know that I have also performed my duties in disguise. As for example, I may tell you that this time I'm in the hat. And now as for this thing, keeping like that, now I'm like that, become Pathan. Sometimes I had to disguise myself as a lady, sometimes as a farmer, and sometimes as a eunuch. Sometimes I disguise myself as a saint, you know. Used to look to the palm of the passengers. All right, good luck to you. Good bad luck to you. Your heart line says like that. And it means I came to the point. My aim had been always to recover the railway revenue and to bring to the books all sorts of culprits whom I could contact. As for example, I enter some compartment. First of all, I will have a look to all the passengers and will detect with their psychology. Whosoever is the culprit will never have eye to eye with the TT. This is the main thing. And when I think that yes, he is escaping his eyesight, Right, I will gaze towards that and then find out and have a reading. By the way, I will just check 2 tickets. Your ticket please. Hurry up and reach to that same gentleman so that he may not escape away by that time.
The Chawas, deadly enemies of the royal house of Jodhpur, who resolved their quarrels on the battlefield. Now Jaipur is a city of 3 million people and capital of the state of Rajasthan. The myths and legends of those ancient clans seem out of place here. Next few hours, Kailash will lose himself in a celluloid dream of heroism, love, and adventure. But when the train pulls out, he'll be back on it, singing for rupees. Even at 12, he has responsibilities.
We don't have any towels. We had one once, but it was stolen by a hotel.
How do you dry yourself?
Lie down. We'll show you.
Lie down? You'd be more comfortable. Well, okay. I think that's enough.
Why?
It makes me feel funny. Does it feel bad? Not exactly, just funny. Not good? Well, maybe. Yeah, I guess you could say it feels good. Well, then. Well, if it feels good, there's a good chance it must be bad.
Alice, if it feels good, it is good. Learn to trust yourself.
My breast.
What's it for?
Well, someday when I have a baby, it'll have milk in it.
It's pretty.
Thanks. All done. I'll have to admit, that is a pleasant way of being dried off.
We liked it too.
I think maybe I learned something.
Alice, when you get some milk in there, can I have some? I like milk.
I think that might be some time yet. Well, I better be going on. I want to find the rabbit. You haven't seen him, have you?
No. But if you look hard enough, you're sure to find what you're looking for. People usually do.
Where does this road lead? I think I will.
Alice, a word of warning. Be careful of the Queen.
The rabbit doesn't seem to like her either. Is she really that bad?
Is she that bad? Well, if she doesn't like you, she'll be after your head. Just be careful.
Alice, we have a present for you. Sort of going away present.
How sweet. Beautiful. Shall I put it on? How does it look? Terrific!
Wow.
You're part of life, the life I want to see. It's for every little kid from zip to 93.
happened within these people's life.
Então o douro adouro, ouro no sal que põe tudo em labaredas, os cachos.
Gold and paradise of the vintage, then the Douro River is made of gold.
That isn't very nice.
You're wrong. It's very nice.
Did you see what I was doing?
What were you doing?
Never mind. Why is it you never wait for me when I'm trying to find you?
Because you're too slow. And now we're going to be late again.
Late for what?
The Mad Hatter's tea party. Do you want to go?
Sure, I'm a little hungry.
Yes, it does give you an appetite. Come.
Would you like some more tea? Oh, go on. It's awfully good. You finished it? I'm just so glad you're enjoying this whole thing. Oh, I guess I was too busy growing up.
Why, Mr. Mad Hatter?
Hello, Mr. Rabbit.
I want you to meet Alice.
Nice to meet you, Alice.
How do you do?
Would you like some wine?
Yes. But I don't see any wine.
Of course not. There isn't any.
That's not
actual original families, as often happens. And there are a number of names, both in English and Portuguese shippers, where the family no longer has any representative of the same name in the poem, so to speak. It's, in Coburn's, it so happens that by chance both the Coburns and Smithers more or less departed at the same moment, you might say.
From old cows from Spain to Portugal, and the new wheels from Portugal to Spain. This year ago, potatoes, because in Portugal there are not sufficient potatoes from our consumption. Apples, and so on, many fruits from Spain to Portugal. Dope also from Portugal to Spain, or the reverse.
Dope.
Also, drugs. I think the drugs. Not many times, but I know.
Is it a sin? I mean, do you preach against it?
What a world away from the green and golden river of port. And strange, the Portuguese who discovered so much of the world by
54,000. The insurance industry expects that AIDS will cost $50 billion in death benefits by the end of this century. In San Francisco, they found that AIDS cases jumped 50% in July over June.
Leap in the numbers of new cases. Don Knapp reports.
There were more people diagnosed with AIDS in San Francisco in July than in any one-month period since the epidemic began. The health department says 143 more people came down with the disease. Here is a comparison of new cases for just the month of July in each of the last 5 years. July 83, 14. 55 new cases, July 84. 64 new cases in the month of July 85. 100 new cases in July of 86. 143 new cases, July 87. The figures come from Dr. George Lemp of the city's health department.
We expect increasing numbers of cases of AIDS on a monthly basis to continue for the foreseeable future.
Dr. Lemp tracks AIDS cases. He says safe sexual practices among gay and bisexual men in recent years limited new infections to as little as 1%. However, new infections among IV drug users are increasing from 10 to 15%. It's estimated that half of all gay men in San Francisco were already infected with the virus that causes the disease. Many new cases of AIDS are a result of infections acquired years ago. So far, 3,545 San Franciscans have been diagnosed with AIDS. 2,094 have died. Long-term projections are even more disturbing.
by the end of 1991 that we will see between 10 and 15,000 cases of AIDS in San Francisco.
Across the nation, AIDS cases are expected to reach 40,000 this week. 22,500 Americans have died from the disease. In San Francisco, Don Knapp, News Center 4.
And 3 other developments on AIDS tonight. The House of Representatives took unusual steps to speed passage of a bill establishing a Congressional AIDS Commission. The bill's sponsor says President Reagan's new National AIDS Commission lacks AIDS experts. In Sonoma County, the Board of Supervisors approved a commission to fight AIDS. This after a jump in the number of AIDS cases reported there, including the county's first case of a child with that disease. And a new report predicts AIDS will cost insurance companies a staggering $50 billion in death benefits by the end of the century.
The fear of AIDS is reaching into corners no one could have foreseen a few short years ago. Word tonight that in Kentucky, boxing referees and cornermen have been ordered to wear rubber gloves as a precaution against AIDS. The state of New Jersey suggests the same thing. No such ruling exists in California, but the idea may have begun here, as Mike Kelly reports.
Keep coming to. Boxers have always laced on the gloves before a fight. But now some referees are starting to wear gloves, surgical gloves.
We're ready for our first bout of the evening. Your referee is Hank Ellisbrew.
Hank Ellisbrew, the first boxing referee in the nation to wear gloves. He wears them because of AIDS.
It's a good precaution. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't hamper anything. You don't have to change anything.
Hank's been in boxing most of his life. As a fighter, a coach at Sacramento State, and a ref. He knows that blood and saliva are often present in the ring. He worries that those fluids could carry the AIDS virus.
And a lot of times, the boxer will get cut early, and there'll be quite a bit of blood. And what I've always done is I carry a little towel with me, and I go wash my hands off on that towel. And then I'll go to my face with the same towel. Well, I won't do that anymore. And the gloves remind me, hey.
Hank says some athletes use drugs, and that troubles him. He knows that AIDS is not a gay disease. Even a macho boxer could be infected. Hank thinks trainers and cornermen should also be taking precautions.
Cornermen had a great deal to do with blood and saliva. They wash out the mouth every time they take out the mouthpiece and that type of thing between rounds. And there's no doubt in my mind there about whether they should wear gloves or not.
The California State Athletic Commission does not require gloves on referees. It's left up to the individual. But other states like New Jersey have recently started supplying gloves to refs and ring seconds. In Tracy, Mike Kelly, News Center 4.
That long-awaited report on asbestos contamination in San Francisco schools was finally released today. The report confirms the school district's worst fears. Scores of schools require cleanup, the cost in the millions of dollars. And as News Center 4's Emil Guillermo tells us now, the money might not be there.
Breaking with tradition of past administrations, the Cortines-run school district came clean. This progress report reveals much of what we've reported, that so far 51 sites have been found to have hazardous asbestos that is loose to the touch, friable, and cancerous. 27 sites have yet to be surveyed. At the 51 locations, 340 specific jobs have been identified, mostly for cleaning asbestos pipe lagging and ceiling tiles. 300 of those tasks are in a peopled area and considered top priority. Of the 51 sites, 19 will have to be contracted out. 32 school sites will be cleaned up by district workers. Ben Franklin is one of the contracted sites.
He concludes that a significant number of physicians cannot be trusted to properly diagnose patients at risk for AIDS. And if our doctors can't do it, who will?
Now, one of the real problems is that most physicians don't get to see a lot of cases of AIDS. If you figure 30,000 cases of AIDS, 300,000 physicians in this country, then there's basically 10 doctors for every case of AIDS. And that's where you really learn. I mean, you can read and you can, go to meetings, but until you deal with the problem day to day, it's very, very difficult.
Do you think that accounts for the reports we've had in the last couple of weeks that there are some doctors unwilling to treat AIDS patients?
Yes, as the report mentioned, homophobia is a very important part of it. Doctors seem to want to avoid facing this, and those doctors who were the most homophobic, in a sense, were the ones who knew the least about the disease, which is always interesting with ignorance.
True with the public at large as well.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Especially.
Okay, thanks, Dean. We're going to talk about insurance and AIDS now. AIDS-related deaths could cost American life insurance companies $50 billion by the year 2000. That's the conclusion of the first major study on the impact of AIDS on the insurance industry. That study, conducted by the Society of Actuaries, also said AIDS deaths could account for more than 20% of the claims against some firms. Individually insured AIDS-related life insurance claims on people already covered could amount to more than $30 billion by the turn of the century. The study says the additional $20 billion would come from new policies. Early this morning, authorities in Southern California arrested a
coordinator of the Sonoma County AIDS Project says that as of today, there have been 133 confirmed cases of AIDS in the county compared to 103 6 months ago. And so far, 90 of those people who contracted AIDS have died.
Still ahead tonight, the Pope's trip to the United States. The Los Angeles Times about the Miami grand jury probe of Manuel Noriega. Investigators allege that General Noriega has been skimming as much as 1.5% of the value of drug shipments and the drug-related money transfers that have been passing through Panama for several years. Pete?
Well, to the Middle East and the tragic comic audacity.
Ever. But as more corporations choose to drug test, more workers will face a similar choice: take the test or lose their jobs. Joe Bergantino, ABC News.
And art figures in the Soviet Union. And we come tonight to celebrate that there is a Bolshoi here in San Francisco, but at the same time to sound the ancient cry, let our people go.
But even the most ancient cries for freedom are temporarily forgotten for a few hours at least, replaced by reality's oldest antidote, artistic beauty. In San Francisco, Rolando Santos, Channel 5 Eyewitness News Nightcast.
This was the first of 8 sold-out shows for the Bolshoi Ballet in San Francisco. After the shows here wrap up on Sunday night, the ballet will continue its American tour in Los Angeles. Kate.
But police were also there. There was bloodshed, and the tenants of the I Hotel, one by one, were evicted from their homes.
Let us have a moment of silence for the I Hotel.
The I Hotel was a turning point for tenants' rights in San Francisco. An ordinance was passed forbidding demolition of residential hotels. Rent control and condo conversion laws also followed.
The City Planning Commission recently okayed plans for this site. They include a restaurant, retail space, and 126 units of subsidized housing. Former I Hotel residents who are still alive will get first crack at the housing. In San Francisco, Mike Kelly, News Center 4.
The San Francisco asbestos-contaminated schools. That's just one of the revelations as the district's long-awaited asbestos report was released today. News Center 4's Emil Guillermo reports.
According to the report, of 120 school sites surveyed, 51 had hazardous amounts of potentially cancerous asbestos dust. 27 sites have yet to be surveyed. 340 cleanup jobs were identified, and 300 considered top priority because they endangered people. McAteer remains the only school to be closed. Paul Revere's main building will be closed, but students will be housed in temporary classrooms. At 19 other schools, work will be contracted out. Some areas will be isolated if cleanup isn't completed by the fall. This report is a break from the past. A former employee and school board members have accused the district with covering up its mismanaged asbestos problem. But Superintendent Cortines defended the district.
I do not think that we understood the dangers of it in 1979 to the extent that we do now.
The problem now is money. The cleanup at McAteer and Potrero Hill Middle School brings expenditures to just under $14 million. Future costs are estimated to be between $5 million and $17 million.
This district has $18 per student less than it did last year. It has a $3.8 million deficit, and unless we're able to deal with that, we are going to go under.
The district is remortgaging its office building, has hopes for a $90 million bond issue, and may ask for special state legislation.
The school district's target date for total cleanup is October 1988. The big question, though, is, will the money be there? Emil Guillermo, News Center 4.
Meantime, Charles Puentes, an asbestos inspector for the State Department of Education, will be informed tomorrow that he will be fired. Puentes, who inspected schools across this state, is alleged to have falsified documents and failed to report asbestos problems in 17 school districts.
There's a peace plan for Nicaragua proposed tonight. And for the first time, it includes an offer to sit down with the Sandinistas. But in Washington, the plan is regarded with suspicion. NBC's Andrea Mitchell reports.
While Contra leaders toured the Capitol seeking military support, intense talks between the administration and Congress produced a tentative bipartisan proposal to end the fighting in Nicaragua. The plan calls for an immediate 60-day ceasefire in place. That would leave Contra forces inside Nicaragua. Withdrawal of Soviet-backed advisors, the restoration of democracy in Nicaragua, freedom of the press and religion, a timetable for future elections, immediate peace talks. In the past, the administration has refused to sit down with the Sandinistas. Under this plan, it would, along with Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador.
First and foremost, we'd like to see a negotiated outcome, and we intend to work hard for that, as we have been.
But certainly, we must be part of any negotiation.
The Contras could continue to use money already in the pipeline until it runs out September 30th. And the White House wants Congress to promise to support a new Contra aid package, although Democrats are resisting.
Is it really sincere, or is it a ploy because the administration felt it didn't have the votes for Contra aid?
And the Republican right doesn't think the Sandinistas can be trusted in any negotiation.
They have killed people and they've risked their own lives to get and achieve power, and they want to advance the revolution.
Democratic and Republican leaders plan to meet with the president tomorrow to see if a final agreement can be reached. But there are already problems. Democrats say they are making no commitment to support a new Contra aid package. And late tonight, a senior White House official said, if there's no commitment to Contra aid, what's in it for us? Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, at the White House.
8 U.S. minesweeping helicopters headed for the Persian Gulf have arrived in the Indian Ocean tonight, and from there they will be transferred to a carrier headed for the tension-ridden waters. Tanker traffic did continue today despite a new warning from Iran for ships to stay away. Iran has announced 3 days of air and ship maneuvers in the Gulf, but the Pentagon says it will not affect the USS.
It was a lot of fun doing that. I haven't seen that. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the first time you've seen it.
First time I saw that.
Yeah.
And, what can I tell you? That's acting, huh?
That's
Julia.
acting. His face fills the screen.
I told my mom, I said, well, what do you do in this movie? I said, well, I just act like a tonto.
That's like the guy that used to hang around with a Lone Ranger.
Yeah, someone in Connecticut right now is going, what's a tonto?
Oh, tonto.
Well,
that's been...
So, you know, a lot of people don't know. Your father is a police officer. Was.
Yeah, was a police officer. Well, he was LAPD for 30 years. Counted for my growing up rather crooked and straight at the same time. You know? I just learned how to dodge a lot, you know. He knew every excuse he could look you in the eye.
Did you get a break? I mean, because he was was it tougher, you know? Was it tougher when your father's a police officer, or did you, like, you know, get a slack on parking tickets or something?
No, actually it was tougher. The first time I ever got a speeding ticket, he got to the judge before I did. You know, I was like 60, you know, showing everybody, you know.
My dad's a cop.
Yeah.
What's he burn rubber?
Hey, take care of this at City Hall, yeah. The cop followed me into the school, in front of the whole school, gave me a ticket. So he got to the judge before I did, and they gave me the maximum $60 fine and 60-day suspension. I was 16 years old, man. Hi, man. 60 bucks.
He actually told the cop, told the judge to go stiffer on him. He should have known better.
I didn't find this out till I was 30. I swear to God, huh? God.
Well, this is your first time directing, too. You directed?
Yeah, I wrote and directed this flick. It was real hard, and it was a lot of fun at the same time. Had a real good crew, great cast, Paul being one of them. Danny Stern is in this movie, a new girl named Camila Lopez, Danielle Valdez, Tony Plana.
In other words, you used every Hispanic not working, basically.
Really?
Which is everybody, right?
And even the Italians and Indians, man. Yeah, actually, a lot of people worked in this movie, and opens August 21st. Hope you theaters and drive-ins near Jews, so go see it.
And Gentiles too.
And Gentiles too.
In case you didn't catch that one, okay. No, well, I'm really hoping this movie, it's been kind of like a Latino kind of summer with the success of La Bamba.
Yeah, it's a brownout, man.
It's a brownout.
Everybody's, yeah, I hope there'll be a lot more now. There's a lot of writers and directors that whose viewpoints need to be heard and seen.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, are you and Tommy Chong working together now? Or?
Not right now. We're kind of taking a hiatus. A hiatus.
Come on, let's dig for the dirt. Come on.
No, it's we've been together for 17 years,
Right.
and so that's just kind of like we decided, hey man, why don't we just do other things for a little while, and we'll come back and see what happens after a little while. So that's what we're doing now.
Well, great. We're gonna come back with more. Coming up, we find out more about my arresting officer friend who's gonna be coming out here. He's a surprise. But we'd also like to welcome, and this is my favorite part. Check this out, Holmes. We'd like to welcome a new sponsor. It's Coors Beer. Let me turn it around here, because you know there's no slowing with a silver bullet tonight.
It's man against machine at the Silver Bullet.
Lou, what is this thing? Oh, it's our new punching machine. Watch it. Put your money in here. Light goes on. Wham! Tells you how hard you punch.
Come back when you're a man.
Hey, Carlos Palomino, you're a world champion. Give it a shot.
Here, hold my Coors Lights.
It is our moral duty to protect our neighbors from exploitation and oppression. It is the fate of America to go ahead. That is her manifest destiny.
The words were spoken by veteran actor Ed Harris, but they reflect the views of American adventurer William Walker, who conquered Nicaragua in the 1850s and declared himself president. In Nicaragua, filming was recently completed on a motion picture based on that episode. To be released by Universal Studios, the film has had the full support of the Sandinista government. Why? Because it packs a political punch aimed at the Reagan administration.
The war against Nicaragua is in the hands of mercenaries, as it was in the 19th century. The purposes of the mercenaries of William Walker are not so different from the purposes of people that is now trying to dominate Nicaragua through a very dirty war.
The movie, to be called simply Walker, makes a simple political point, namely that attempts to control Nicaragua are nothing new.
In Nicaragua, Walker is one of the dominant figures in 19th century history. It's a kind of proof to the Central Americans that there is an outside force which is trying to take them over.
I think the Sandinistas, who have tried to portray themselves as great nationalists and who have sort of taken the name of Sandino, which has a certain resonance in terms of Nicaraguan nationalism, similarly are trying to play the name William Walker as a symbol of outside interference in internal affairs.
William Walker, the State Department's #2 diplomat for Central America, is not a descendant of the infamous William Walker. But the irony did lead the latter-day Walker to the grave of the other one. The grave is in Honduras, where Walker was shot by firing squad after being captured by a combined Central American army. It doesn't get much attention in American history books, but the story of U.S.-Nicaraguan relations is one of intervention and several invasions beginning in the 1850s. And the official line here today is, the Yankees are still trying to tell Nicaragua how to live.
Dateline, Nicaragua, 1926. The eyes of larger world powers were on this 50,000 square miles of political turmoil as it made its bid for internal peace and security.
In the early part of this century, it was the U.S. military, not a band of adventurers, that intervened over and over in Nicaragua. Sent to protect American business and to keep rulers friendly to us in power, various Marine contingents were in Nicaragua almost continuously from 1909 until 1933.
Since 1927, these boys have been chasing bandits through the heat and death of the Nicaraguan jungles, including that arch-rebel Augustin Sandino.
After the Marines finally left, a pro-U.S. commander of the American-trained and financed Nicaraguan National Guard, a man named Somoza, soon took control of the government.
Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town.
His sons ruled after him, also with Washington's blessing. For the U.S., Managua was our kind of town.
In in Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot.
But with the Sandinista victory over the Somoza government in 1979, it wasn't our kind of town anymore. Anastasio Somoza, the last of the family to hold power, left for exile, first in Miami, taking most of the Nicaraguan treasury with him. A year later, the former dictator was assassinated in Paraguay. And in Managua, even with the Somozas gone, the new rulers never let the people forget that the Yankees could come back again. In November 1984, the Sandinista government even mobilized for what it said was an imminent U.S. invasion. Tanks were brought into the streets of Managua. Nightline visited some of the soldiers then with Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto.
He says that there is a real danger of an invasion, and that therefore he believes it is very right to be in this state of national alert.
Students are taught that the Contras are mercenaries paid to do the U.S.'s bidding, and that the events of the 1980s are not so different from events of the 1850s or early 1900s.
Judy, entre estas intervenciones.
Now, Judy, perhaps you will recall at what times the United States has intervened in Nicaragua.
Government-controlled television hammers home the same message.
Los fallidos esfuerzos de la CIA hoy en Nicaragua continúan esa larga tradición de Washington por controlar el destino del país, aún en contra de la voluntad política de nuestro pueblo.
Well, obviously the Sandinistas, in control of most of the sources of information of the Nicaraguan people, used the theme that the United States is about to invade to work their will on their own people.
But that theme has not been without a constant refrain, repeated over and over again this summer in the just-ended public sessions of the Iran-Contra hearings.
Well, the only thing I know is that we can't achieve anything except having another Soviet base if we don't try our best to help these people.
The administration's case for more money for the Contras seemed in danger of falling victim to the Iran-Contra affair. But so far, that doesn't appear to have happened, thanks in part to the testimony of Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. Today on Capitol Hill, Contra leaders again pressed their case for continued U.S. support. Tomorrow, President Reagan will receive the Contra delegation here at the White House to discuss the status of the resistance and prospects for the future. A future the Sandinistas continue to link to the...
So, you come from a different background.
You were born in England, weren't you?
Yeah, London.
Well, then you should know that style, class, outward appearance, it's 75% masquerade. It's a learned process.
The other 25?
Money.
Yeah, but even so, what had you got in common?
We developed interest. After all, we were very, very taken with one another.
Taken with one another?
We were very fond of each other.
Hey, wait a minute. How far did this fond business go?
That's a very intimate question.
Intimate, is it? How intimate?
I decline to answer.
You'll decline nothing.
Mr. Halpern, I think you should calm down. Neither of us are young men. Besides, it was nearly a half a century ago.
I'm asking you, what was the relationship between you and my wife? You call yourself a gentleman, you should answer.
On the contrary, gentlemen may not answer. In any case, she wasn't your wife at the time.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. In those days, a woman had certain standards, certain obligations. Today, they're in and out of bed like trains in a rush hour.
Florence was 24 when she married. Hardly a child bride. What did you expect?
I didn't expect second-hand goods. What's more important is, why are you telling me all this? It was over 40 years ago. Why rake up the past? Why bother?
I promised.
You promised too.
Florence.
Florence? When?
September.
September when? Which September? September 40 years ago.
You have a propensity, if I may say so, for fixing your mind on the least likely of several alternatives. It was last September. I went to see her in the hospital.
Oh, you went to visit. Well, that was kind after so many years.
I think you're about to grab the wrong end of the stick again. Let me get you another drink.
No, let me. Young man, would you do a kindness to an old bag of bones? Would you please fetch 1 vodka and tonic with ice in it and 1 scotch and soda?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Vodka and tonic on the rocks.
You shouldn't denigrate yourself like that. It's bad for morale.
Morale. Where am I going?
Nevertheless.
So, you saw her in September. It's a wonder you recognized her after so many years.
Either you're being deliberately obtuse because you're unwilling to accept an unpalatable fact, or your innocence is genuine. On the other hand, you may just be trying to make it difficult for me. And I wouldn't blame you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
For over 40 years, Florence and I had a platonic friendship. We met regularly.
I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. At my time of life, it's...
If this is causing you distress...
Distress? I'm not distressed, I'm angry. I'm so bloody angry, I'm lost for words. 20, 30 years ago, I'd have broken every bone in your body.
3 times.
I know what thrice means. I meant, was that all? Not exactly seething with impatient passion.
It had nothing to do with passion. It was a matter of friendship and mutual interests and respect. I'm trying to explain that.
From the beginning? For both of you?
For me, no. But I was given to understand it was either that or nothing.
Well, if it was all so innocent, how was it she never told me?
I think in the beginning she was afraid to. She probably thought you'd forbid.
Oh, I would have.
See, she was right. But later, I think she felt she was entering her own small world. Her conscience was clear. Her conduct, from your point of view, was beyond reproach. I just think she found another dimension, and she wanted to enjoy it without having to explain it.
She only let you kiss her cheek, eh?
Once she met you, I was completely overshadowed.
Ooh, I overshadowed you. Who would believe it? Can't even tackle a crusty roll now.
Age. The only enemy with whom man can never establish a...
Helped me find a job once, and then I went down to help out with some of the guys who were a mess. They just had to talk, you know, so they just like to talk, rap. They gotta rap. I just want to forget about it. Viet fucking Nam. What a fucking jerk off. Yeah, well, that's pretty specific. I'll drink to that. Here, check that picture out. Who's a good-looking kid? Come on, it's my son. That's Christopher. Real nice. Thanks. Real nice. Yeah. Yeah, he's great. You think you can, work things out? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not a separation. It was, you know, it was a big mistake. I mean, everything at the time was so crazy. But we're handling it, you know. We're just handling it little by little, and you got to see this guy's knuckleball. I mean, this kid's already pitching for the Little League. No kidding. It's great. Yeah, yeah. He's, well, he's a natural, and, you know what we got to do? Sometime, you and yours and me and mine, we just get together and we figure out something we can do. Yeah. Be great, man. Ah.
Big deal out of nothing, okay? But, well, it's like he's yelling at the kids. You know, he's never done that before. I can't talk to him. He just walks right out of the room, you know. I know he's not sleeping well. I'm really worried about him.
Well, you know, it's probably temporary. I mean, I'm sure as soon as he gets a job, he'll be fine. He'll snap right out of it.
God, I hope you're right. Listen, I gotta tell you something, okay? See, it's not just this time. I mean, something else happened too. I remember when we first started dating, we'd be like laying out at the park, you know, making out and all that. Any little noise, I mean, anything, he would jump. And then right after we got married, he would wake up in the middle of the night in like a sweat, you know?
Did he say anything?
Like, he said it was just nightmares, you know? Anyway, everything just stopped after a while. The kids came and everything. He never said anything about it. I didn't want to push it. Maybe that was a mistake on my part. I don't know.
Hey, listen, it's gonna be okay, huh? You'll be fine.
No, I won't go away. We'll always be there.
I love you.
I love you. I'll go over and you can just hand this stuff to me. Oh, God, buddy, buddy. Well, I'll be damned. Just looking up your old address. Son of a bitch said it. It set me off. I gotta admit, though, felt pretty good. Yeah, didn't that feel good, huh? God damn. You know, that even felt good to me.
Whee! Fuck 'em! Fuck everybody! Yeah! 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 You see this, man?
What?
This, man, is the very sight of my greatest moment.
We were up 20-16 with about a minute left to play in the game.
Central. They were driving. They had the ball right on our 12.
Oh, man, I gotta show you this. I gotta show you this. What?
All right. You're the guy from Central.
I don't want to be.
Yeah, you gotta be the guy from Central. He's just a candy ass.
I don't want to be.
His name is Weber. He's got a big winning smile. The biggest hot dog you ever saw. Okay.
All right. Now you stand there. Okay. Hey, hey! I'm playing safety. And they send their guy.
They said that we were overrun and that we fought hand to hand for 4 hours. I don't know if that's true or not. The next day, they found me alive. I was the only one there. And I was still hugging this sapper. I mean, I was still hugging him. And as I held him, I kept jabbing my knife into him. Every now and then, I wake up in the middle of the night and I see his face. His eyes are open. And he's begging me.
Let's go home. Let's go home.
Would you just tell me what's wrong, then?
Nothing is wrong. Joe, is this going to be the new thing now? You coming home drunk every night?
Oh, Jesus. I don't need this shit. I don't need it.
Well, neither do I.
Well, then let's just forget it, all right? Just forget it.
No, I'm not going to forget it. I want to know what the hell you think you were doing the other night.
What night?
The night your son saw his father crawling around the living room with a knife. That night. Damn it, what is wrong with you?
I don't know what you're talking
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
about. I don't know what
You're going to answer me. You are.
I don't want to talk about it.
You had your son scared him to
I
death.
don't want to. Let go.
You got to talk about it.
I don't want. Damn it, let go of me. Paula.
Don't touch me.
Paula. I'm sorry.
Get away from me!
Oh, no, my God. Paula?
Get away from me!
Paula?
Fine sex appeal for a generation, but it had a soft, silly side. Often cast as a dumb blonde, what came through was vulnerability.
Then there's gin and vermouth. That's a martini.
That sounds cool. I think I'll have a glass of that. A big, tall one.
Big, tall martini.
That old black magic.
In real life, Marilyn Monroe was a little girl lost. Born Norma Jean Baker, raised in a foster home, abused as a child, she worked on her image, desperately wanting to be a star. She became famous. She remained unhappy. "I want to be an actress," she once said, "not a celluloid aphrodisiac."
Running wild, lost control, running wild.
When Monroe passed 30, she feared for her beauty and fame. At 36, she committed suicide. The mystique grew, fed by rumors of an alleged relationship with President John Kennedy. Her rendition of Happy Birthday at a presidential rally became famous footage.
Happy birthday to you.
And it seemed strangely appropriate. In a decade as bizarre as the 60s, a troubled Marilyn Monroe, possibly part of the tangled web of the times.
Birthday to you.
Sex, stardom, sadness. A recipe for an enduring pop legend. In this case, the legend is Marilyn Monroe.
Best friend.
Bill Schechner, NBC News, New York.
Estimated street value $500,000. Undercover officers say they had a deal to buy the coke from the owner of a shoe repair shop in town. They say they'd arranged to pay a little more than $100 grand for the coke, but say they turned that deal in the shoe shop into a bust.
Our undercover agent went in, was shown the stuff, and he showed the money, flashed $112,000, sampled the narcotics, and then the arrest occurred.
The owner of the shoe repair shop, controversial step to fight AIDS. The board has ordered health officials to detain and isolate any AIDS patients who show a willful intent to spread the disease. That order is already in effect for other diseases. The supervisors added AIDS to the list because of an incident that happened earlier this summer. 29-year-old Joseph Markowski was arrested in June. Police say he is a male prostitute who kept selling his blood to local blood banks even after finding out he has AIDS. He has been charged with 4 counts of attempted murder and will have a preliminary hearing at the end of this month.
Around the country, many doctors are now concerned about the risks of operating on AIDS patients since they are often in contact with a patient's blood during surgery. That issue was a key subject this week with the National Medical Association, this country's oldest organization of black doctors. Tomas Roman was in New Orleans for that gathering. He has our report.
San Francisco surgeon Ron Clark is not happy that his organization did not endorse mandatory testing of AIDS victims before surgery. He operates on high-risk patients and at least 2 AIDS patients per week. He says he had a close call 2 months ago because he wasn't taking proper precautions during surgery on an AIDS patient.
A needle that I had used to suture the wound stuck in the palm of my hand. Just broke the skin just a bit. And that was a close call that I had. It's a little bit more difficult to do surgery with 2 pairs of gloves on, goggles on, but you have to do it, I think, and you just have to get used to doing it.
Oakland obstetrician Dr. Richard Lockett says he plans on going 1 step further.
I am really seriously considering, just in an attempt to get a handle on a problem like this, maybe even subjecting people in my practice to testing on a regular basis. It's a real problem. It's a real problem.
Those in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No. These doctors represent the more than 5,000 black members of the National Medical Association here in New Orleans. They've been grappling with the issue of AIDS, its treatment, and its rapid spread throughout the black community. This debate centered on medical issues, but not just medical problems.
Black people can never be guaranteed that the white authorities will play the ball game straight with us. Therefore, I recommend that we delete that section.
This debate ended the idea of reporting the names of AIDS victims to governmental agencies, even when confidentiality is supposedly assured. These doctors passed resolutions that the organization plans to support strenuously in the next year. They include AIDS education in the black community, governmental funding for AIDS research, distribution of condoms, mandatory testing of blood, organ and tissue donors, military personnel, and new immigrants. Prisoners were being considered on the list, but were dropped after a heated debate. The AIDS portion of the convention is now over, and these black physicians are saying that they're going to have to do everything in their power to try to educate the community on the dangers of the disease. But they're also saying that it's not the most important problem the black community faces. There are still other bigger problems than AIDS. In New Orleans, Tomas Roman, Channel 5, Eyewitness News.
The new president of the National Medical Association says that AIDS still rates behind several other problems as a threat to the black community. Overdose. Even today, Monroe's legend is not forgotten. This memorabilia store in Sausalito held a Marilyn Monroe celebration, offering pictures of Monroe as well as posters and statues. Many people are also remembering Monroe for her movies. Many, like Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, are being rerun on television and in theaters across the country in special showings. Now, none of her movies are considered a classic, and she never won an Oscar, but Marilyn Monroe still became a Hollywood legend.
More than 100 of her fans tried to keep that legend alive today in Los Angeles. As one man put it, Marilyn Monroe will live forever in our hearts. He was one of the fans who gathered at her tomb today for a special memorial service. And Los Angeles Bureau Chief Miranda Dunn was there.
Fresh flowers had been placed by the tomb where Marilyn Monroe is buried, and a steady stream of fans brought still more.
I am not there.
Inside the flower-filled chapel, there was a memorial service for the star. Actress Susan Strasberg read the eulogy her father had delivered at the funeral 25 years ago.
I cannot say goodbye. Marilyn never liked goodbyes.
The memorial drew fans from as far away as England.
I've been a Marilyn fan for a long, long time, and I couldn't think of a better opportunity to get as close.
Yvonne De Beer came from Ohio.
I feel like I'm with her today. I want to show her part of me that I love her still.
And scattered through the crowd, women who appear to have taken their admiration a step further. San Francisco model Bettina Best explained her attraction.
I respect Marilyn because she had really nobody who she can really lean on to. You know, as popular as she was and beautiful, she was always alone in one way.
In the 25 years since her death, Marilyn Monroe has been the subject of endless speculation, countless books, and she's become a merchandiser's dream. But the fans who came here today say they're here just because they love her. And they vow that they will keep her memory alive. In Westwood, I'm...
Tonight, NBC's Bill Schechner remembers Marilyn Monroe.
At the cemetery today, it was clear Marilyn Monroe's grip on the imagination remains.
She had a mystical value. The camera loved her.
I wanna be loved by you just...
She defined sex appeal for a generation, but it had a soft, silly side. Often cast as a dumb blonde, what came through was vulnerability.
Then there's gin and vermouth. That's a martini.
That sounds cool. I think I'll have a glass of that. A big, tall one.
Big, tall martini.
That old black magic.
In real life, Marilyn Monroe was a little girl lost. Born Norma Jean Baker, raised in a foster home, abused as a child, she worked on her image, desperately wanting to be a star. She became famous. She remained unhappy. I want to be an actress, she once said, not a celluloid aphrodisiac.
Running wild, lost control, running wild.
When Monroe passed 30, she feared for her beauty and fame. At 36, she committed suicide. The mystique grew, fed by rumors of an alleged relationship with President John Kennedy. Her rendition of Happy Birthday at a presidential rally became famous footage.
Happy birthday to you.
And it seemed strangely appropriate. In a decade as bizarre as the 60s, a troubled Marilyn Monroe, possibly part of the tangled web of the times.
Birthday to you.
Sex, stardom, sadness. A recipe for an enduring pop legend. In this case, the legend is Marilyn Monroe.
Best friend.
Bill Schechner, NBC News, New York.
In her life, Marilyn Monroe was a glowing legend, and in her death there is fascination. Part of that fascination is the recently unearthed evidence suggesting that Monroe saw Robert Kennedy on the day of her death. And so the blonde screen goddess is linked to the dynasty which dominates 20th century politics. And there'd always been a rumor of a Monroe-JFK liaison. But it was before Watergate, and the press was different. Former White House correspondent James Bacon thinks that reporters regarded JFK's dalliances as they did Eisenhower's golf. It was his hobby, says Bacon. It took a British journalist named Anthony Summers to dig out the story. He found evidence that Marilyn Monroe had affairs with Jack Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy too, and that mobsters and teamsters had electronic surveillance to that effect. It's a story that took almost a quarter-century to break. The Irish poet John Keats writes, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty." Beauty fades and dies, of course, but truth is tougher stuff. Tougher still.
On Nightcast, Wendy Dakuta explores the gay community's reaction to the Pope's American journey and their plans for his arrival. An Eyewitness News.
Be smart. Don't start to drink.
They drop us in and say, go get them. And that's why we take young people into war, because the higher-ups can tell you, as a young person, you're looking for peer recognition. You're looking for recognition from the people back home. And you think everything you're doing is right, and you have to do this. And no one questions as a young child. You get in there, you want to do a job, you do the best you can.
What happens is you have basically an immature human being. The average age of an American soldier in World War II is 26 years. The average guy in a grunt unit in Vietnam was 19 years old. And you have a collection of young, immature, very emotional people. And these guys tried like hell.
I think if there's one important memory that I have of my time in Vietnam, it's a memory of ignorance, and I mean utter ignorance. I was a college graduate, so I suppose I was one of the most attuned people in my platoon, in my company. I didn't know the language. I couldn't communicate with the Vietnamese except in pidgin English. I knew nothing about the culture of Vietnam. I knew nothing about the religions. I knew nothing about the village community. I knew nothing about the aims of the people, whether they were for the war or against the war. I knew nothing about the tactics we were pursuing. It was a hit and miss. It was like hunting a hummingbird. You'd go to one village, nothing there, another village, nothing there, nothing there, and the enemy, the hunting hummingbird we were after, was just buzzing around. No knowledge of what the enemy was after. No knowledge.
In 1971, a Marine Corps officer investigating morale says battle worthiness is probably lower than at any time in our history. Our army in Vietnam is in a state approaching collapse, where not near mutinous, the soldiers are dispirited and drug-ridden. At this time, 1 in 2 GIs use marijuana.
I make it down here maybe twice a day. Sometimes in the morning I'll come down here, sometimes in the afternoon. Then we really get it on in the evening.
I was a medic. I had my unlimited supply of morphine. Morphine's a painkiller. I was in pain, emotional pain. That's how I dealt with it. It never affected me in how I did my duty. A lot of us were under what I would call situational stress, and we used drugs over there to survive.
I must say I did smoke a lot of pot in Vietnam. In combat, not in combat. It was the kind of thing that was just so little to do, and if you're going to get killed, you might as well be high while you're getting killed. That's how I felt.
U.S. military police attempt to crack down, but by late 1971, drugs are claiming more casualties than the war. Troop use of marijuana, opium, and heroin is epidemic. Chief U.S. Army Provost Marshal Major Thornton Ireland.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% of all our military in Vietnam have either experimented with one of these 3 categories of drugs or are currently using these drugs now.
On a street in Saigon, Major Jim Riley of the U.S. Army's Drug Abuse Squad demonstrates how easy it is to buy heroin.
my cohorts here and I purchased was 1/4 gram of almost pure heroin. And every test we ever ran of it, it comes out to be 93 to 98% pure. Now back home, heroin usually, which is sold on the streets, runs about 3 to 12% purity, as opposed to the heroin here, which is 98% pure.
The heroin sells as a white powder in near pure form. Soldiers pay just $2 for a capsule that would cost $50 in the United States. Army hospitals soon fill with cases of drug overdose or hepatitis from dirty needles. About 5,000 American soldiers are wounded in action in 1971, but 4 times that number, 20,000, are in hospital for drug abuse.
Vietnam, the 10,000-day war, will continue in a moment.
You can earn the one running home. In addition to morale and drug problems,
the problem is that nobody wants to be in the military. No matter how groovy it is. I don't care how long they let you cut your hair or how big a do you wear. The black man today in America can have this great communication between blacks, which is as it should be. To get that applied in the military is very difficult.
I'm gonna get me one good night's sleep, living in a home in the heart of the country.
Vietnam, he points out, will quicken social change in America.
If I didn't see this linkage of communication from black to black, then I'd be worried about it, because I'd say, those cats will never fit into the society when they go back out.
Lucretia McGee, leaving all night.
It's about as close as I'm gonna get to it, baby. Peace.
Most Americans, civilian and military, want out of Vietnam. Although communist pressure intensifies, the U.S. withdraws on schedule. Half of its troops are gone by mid-1971. In 1972, only 45,000 Americans remain. There are too many headaches, and seemingly only one solution: to go home.
Thank you.
Another coffee.
Excuse me. Terribly sorry. From what you say, I think that the Falcones took Katerina. There was probably one of them at the airport. Now I'm afraid they will try to keep me from giving your news to Carla. Are you okay, pal? This man is not okay. Good Jesus. Take it easy, pal. Get him in the mouth.
Take this. Carlo, depende. Okay. Tell him about Katerina. Stop. I'm waiting.
Your feet, Leon.
He doesn't look too good. He doesn't look too good. He's dead. That's why he doesn't look too good. I can see the man is dead. I know when the man is dead. We gotta do something. We gotta tell somebody. You gotta tell somebody. Yeah, tell somebody. Tell somebody what? Tell somebody we stole tickets. principal of this gun? We don't have passports? Is that what you want to tell somebody?
Oh, I hate you!
I'll go first. Oh, hello.
I want to get in that bathroom.
No, lady. You do not want to do that. Oh, somebody got very sick in there. I'm sure you understand.
You're getting on my nerves, pal. Just stay away from me.
All ashore.
And staying ashore. That's if you make it worth my while.
We'll see what we can work out. Come here. Good to see you.
So are we going out tonight or are we gonna stay in?
You kidding? We're not going anywhere.
What is this? Don't move. What's going on?
What are you doing?
Nothing to get upset about now.
Somebody call the police!
We are the police. Narcotics. What the hell is going on?
You have the right to remain silent. You may refuse to answer any questions. Do you understand that?
Don't worry.
You say maybe use
Don't worry.
against you. In the car, let's go.
Don't worry.
Watch your head. Watch your head.
Okay, let's go to the station house. First thing.
Jake Hughes, you have been found guilty as charged. Sentencing will be 10 days from now in this courtroom. Court is adjourned. I'm a judge, Mrs. Hughes. If you're suggesting my reducing the sentence, I would need some sort of valid justification. I am empowered with a wide range of discretion. I could turn your husband loose on probation or put him away for 20 years.
20 years?
I must tell you now, Mrs. Hughes, things are different. People are demanding very stiff penalties for drug dealing.
20 years is a lifetime. It would kill him. Don't you see he was framed? That heroin was planted on him.
I know this is hard for you. I know you love your husband very much. You wouldn't be here if you didn't.
I believe in him. I know he's not guilty.
Can you persuade me to believe that he's not guilty? Really persuade me? It's a moral trade-off. You're asking me to nullify a verdict handed down by a system that I believe in. If I'm willing to compromise my ethics, then you're going to have to bend your rules a little.
You're asking a lot.
Am I? Faust gave his soul to the devil for power and knowledge. You're doing a lot less than that, and look what you're gaining by it. The life of the man you love. After all, we're only talking about a temporary relationship.
I'd have to live with it.
And I'd have to live with my decision.
I'm the one who's going to be compromised.
We both are. That's what a compromise is. It takes two. Think about it.
could win on appeal. And you're innocent. You haven't done anything.
That's what we know. This lawyer, I don't think he believes anything I say anymore. It's the evidence. It's that good.
Why? Who is doing this to you?
If I knew that, you think I'd be sitting here, Lisa? I mean, I've tried to think of everything, and absolutely nothing has worked. Look, what matters now is what happens to you.
No.
Listen to me! This lawyer, he thinks Judge Tanny, he's gonna go the whole 9 yards. He's gonna lock me up. Boom, you hear what I'm saying?
Don't say that, for God's sakes.
Look at you. You're young. You're beautiful. I'm not gonna let you wait 20 years for me.
It's not gonna happen, Jake. I'm not gonna let it happen. Hear me? It's all right. Mr. McCall, tugboat captains make a lot of money. Jake didn't have to sell drugs. He was set up.
Even if he was, I don't know that I can help you.
But I thought you helped people in trouble.
I try, yes.
Then why don't you help me?
Because I don't think you are telling me the whole truth.
I can tell you anything you want about Jake.
Jake? Oh, yes, yes. I wasn't wondering about Jake. You have done nothing but talk about Jake. I was wondering about you.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't call me when the trial started, did you? That means that obviously something happened that changed your mind. And it wasn't just the conviction, was it?
I don't need you to keep Jake out of prison. I can do it myself.
Really? How?
By cooperating with the judge. He can make it easier for Jake. Perhaps even get him off entirely. That is, of course, as long as I am.
As long as you sleep with him?
Yeah. That's it.
Wow. What's the name of this judge?
I'll see how I can.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Been proud to show their dark, rich beer for more than 100 years. Now, that's tradition, Eddie. That's the American way.
That's great, Jim, but...
In posters reading, "I have AIDS, please hug me. I can't make you sick." Ryan and his family have experienced firsthand over and over again paranoia and rejection from the public because Ryan has AIDS. He was born prematurely 5 years ago and received a blood transfusion when he was 2 weeks old. A couple of years later, he was diagnosed as having AIDS.
Neither one of us knew how to handle it. You know, there was nobody we wanted to tell. It was like a bombshell.
When they finally went public about Ryan's illness, the family was taunted, their home vandalized. There was even a kidnapping attempt against Ryan. And when he tried to get into kindergarten, his family had to go to court to get him in. His brothers were tormented by the other kids.
They would call us AIDS monsters and all that. They would never play with us again if they can't find a cure for it.
Last year, Ryan was expelled from school 6 days after he started because he bit a classmate. His family once again had to go to court where the judge ruled that Ryan is not dangerous. In San Francisco, Cheryl Jennings, Channel 7 News, Tonight.
It is estimated that by 1991, as many as 20,000 children in the United States will become ill from the AIDS virus, and not one will have caught it from another child.
Use a gun, go to jail was the old saying. Now it's use a gun on a freeway, go to...
Says Jewish leaders are going to meet with the Pope in Rome at the end of August. The council says the meeting will address the full range of issues that have created sharp tensions in Catholic-Jewish relations. That includes the Pope's recent meeting with Austrian President Kurt Waldheim, who was accused of collaborating with the Nazis. Also, the Vatican's refusal to recognize Israel. The Rome meeting is intended to head off problems at a ceremonial meeting with Jews in Miami in September, the first stop of the Pope's 9-city American tour. Jewish groups have threatened to boycott the Pope's visit to Miami. Here in San Francisco, gays are another group threatening to protest the Pope's visit next month. Tonight, we take a closer look at the reaction within the gay community. A special report on the broad range of responses to the Pope's visit, beginning with the head of the group that is registered as the official San Francisco Papal Welcoming Committee.
When he gets here, we'll let him see how wonderful we are, all the love in our hearts, whether we dress up or not, and they'll get over it.
Overly optimistic is one way of describing her. Outrageous is another. But Sadie the rabbi lady is not unusual in one respect. She wants to get a message to the Pope, and so do a lot of other people.
You're homophobic, pal, and you met with a Nazi.
This protest was staged 2 months before the Pope's visit. Organizers estimate that thousands of gays will participate in demonstrations when he's actually here. This letter, issued by the Pope last fall, started a controversy that has festered ever since. The letter calls homosexuality an intrinsic moral evil.
The moral evil is contained when people with that kind of prestige and power use it to damn, if you will, a whole section of humanity. 10% perhaps of all Americans are said to be intrinsically disordered by these characters. Who are they? Who do they think they are to say that they speak for God?
John Wall heads up the Papal Visit Task Force, a coalition of people organizing several protests during the Pope's visit. This fundraiser will help pay for them. Wall says he is not expecting violence, and the police say they aren't either. But everyone is preparing for the possibility.
Our community is not noted for violence, and we don't intend that. But we've had it up to here with people being violent towards us. And at some point, if that continues, you may see some surprising reactions from some of our people. That's not in any way to be taken as a threat. That's to be taken as an analysis of truth.
And while some gays will openly confront the church on the streets, others will work more quietly on the inside. A group of gay Catholics called Dignity is planning a prayer service during the visit, intended for a pope who does not accept them.
I am as much a Catholic as the Pope is. I am as much the church as the Pope is. And I can't stop being a Catholic. Our message is that we want change within the church.
The method of protest may be different, but the message to the Pope will be basically the same.
Again, police do not expect violence in the gay community during the Pope's visit, but officers are working with community groups right now trying to find ways ahead of time to keep things as peaceful as possible.
And still ahead on Nightcast, freeway gunmen continue to terrorize motorists in Southern California. And politicians remember the man they called Big Daddy.
Also, Marilyn Monroe, 25 years after her death, the magic is still there.
Best friend, a kiss may be grand, but it won't pay the rent on your own.
You're very smart. You knew you wanted a Buick months ago, but you waited, and...
Call 1-800-221-5900 and get 30 issues payable in 3 monthly installments of just $9.89 each. You'll also get free Times Handsome Travel Collection, including a zippered garment bag, a roomy weekender, a travel tote, all of sturdy parachute nylon, plus a quartz travel alarm. So call 1-800...
An operator. I feel like I'm with her today. I want to show her part of me that I love her still.
I respect Marilyn because she had really nobody who she can really lean on to. You know, as popular as she was and beautiful, she was always alone in one way.
What makes you so sad? I think you're the saddest girl I ever met.
Monroe's films have immortalized her as Hollywood's ultimate blonde sex symbol. None of her pictures is considered a classic. She never won an Oscar or set box office records. But as one fan put it today, I don't think anyone will ever take her place.
Reports it's day one of the American Bar Association's annual convention.
Even before the lawyers themselves arrived, ABA dissidents were picketing the convention because the ABA recently agreed to help visiting Soviet delegation members with American legal problems.
Yes, the Soviet delegates that come over are KGB agents or KGB-approved propagandists. They might also be prosecutors who, many of whom have a part in persecuting dissidents. And of course, while we approve of exchanging ideas with the Soviets, we could never condone any kind of cooperation with them.
Inside, in the grand ballroom, the latest in legal issues was being laid out for the expected conventioneers, including what is said to be the first comprehensive law book for specialists in an emerging field, AIDS law.
It covers presently what the law is as far as admitting children to school, housing discrimination, employment discrimination, whether employers can fire an employee who has AIDS, not hire an employee, how to treat that employee during the employment situation.
Also on display, information on how to keep from getting sued for libel or defamation of character, and information on how to keep your local anchorman in line. But the real action begins tomorrow when headliners Jerry Falwell and Jerry Brown offer their spiritual wisdom to people who may really need it. Or is that defamatory? At the Fairmont in San Francisco, Ed Leslie, Channel 7 News.
The filming is finished, and he'll finish his 60-day sentence for punching a movie extra.
Speaking of stars, if you ever see Madonna or Michael Jackson and say, I could do that, well, now you can try. There's a new business in Concord that gives everyday people a chance to be superstars. Janine Yeomans reports.
There's always a crowd around this new store at the Sun Valley Shopping Mall in Concord. It's called Be a Star. The shop makes music videos like this. Average people can come here, go in the studio and sing like Michael or Madonna. This is Josh. He was here shopping with his mom one day when he decided to do a video. Josh said he wants to be the male Cyndi Lauper. This video was made by a 6-month-old baby. This one was done by a fan of vaudeville.
Here is a star that was born over 80 years ago.
Among the customers is Vivian Byaby, 11 years old.
I would like to do a video for the third time.
First, Vivian goes to makeup. The makeover is done by Honey Stiff, a founder of the business. Honey's a singer. Her partner is Todd White, a computer whiz who developed all the special effects. Back to Vivian, a little makeup turns an 11-year-old into Howie this.
All right, looking great.
1, 2, 3, check.
Through electronics, they take Dionne Warwick's voice off a record and put on Vivian's.
Now smile, little girl look.
And Vivian goes video.
Well, you came in open V.
Honey says her business aims to bring out the star in anyone.
We think we're beautiful. We've got this fantasy. We want to be like somebody. But to really do it out there and really get it across to people, it's so hard. So what do? We sing in the shower. We look at ourselves in the mirror and just maybe feel that we're better than so-and-so in Dynasty.
The videos take 15 minutes and $39.95, and Vivian is thrilled with her tape.
And I found myself looking up there saying, boy, I wish I was her. And then I hit my head and said, wait a minute, you are her.
I always say Concord is going to show Hollywood how to do it.
So, move over, Madonna. In Concord, Janine Yeomans, News Center 4.
North from South America to the United States. That is said to amount to several $100 million in the last few years alone. Cuba and other communist bloc countries have embassies here in Panama City, and their agents are allowed to use this country more or less freely as a base to operate throughout Central America. Noriega allows Cuba to use this Panamanian port called Vacamonte to evade the U.S. trade embargo against Havana. Cuban products such as shrimp are repackaged here and shipped into America under Panamanian labels. Reverse traffic sends U.S. high-tech items through Panama to Cuba and the Soviet bloc beyond. As for the Panama Canal, under the 1977 U.S.-Panama Treaty, control of a crucial commission will pass for the first time next year from American to Panamanian hands by a 5-4 margin. Although the mood is happy here today, what's happening is a crisis that at some future date may threaten unrestricted American passage through the canal, as well as larger U.S. interest in this area. Even though there is considerable leftist influence in the government, the overwhelming majority of Panamanian people appear to be strongly pro-American. And they're waiting for Washington to act. Peter Collins, ABC News, Panama City.
We have two medical notes today. The government said it is going to start testing a new drug for Alzheimer's disease. It is called THA and is said to be the first to show hope of relieving the memory loss that is associated with Alzheimer's. Last fall, we reported on the opening in Houston, Texas, of the first hospital in the nation devoted exclusively to the treatment of patients with AIDS. Today, that hospital announced it is going out of business. In 10 months, it has run up losses of $8 million, most of it caring for AIDS patients without health insurance. When we come back, we will meet a new breed of
planning alternatives at area code 408.
Abduction, murder, heaven knows what. Drop that pistol.
Sherlock Holmes is cheerful, so Sherlock Holmes must have a case.
This is the cartridge case of the bullet which killed Mr. Hilton Cubitt.
How do you deduce that the man is intellectual?
It is a question of cubic capacity. A man with so large a head must have something in it.
The ultimate Sherlock Holmes, next on Mystery.
Are black, Hispanic, or another racial minority, but they account for nearly 40% of all reported AIDS cases. As of August 3rd, 39,594 had been reported in the United States. 24,012 of those victims were white, 15,582 black, Hispanic, or another minority. The federal government's Centers for Disease Control is holding a conference on the minorities' AIDS problem this weekend in Atlanta. We'll talk to two of the key participants after this background report by special correspondent Bob Barr in Atlanta.
In the minority community, AIDS is not just a disease that primarily affects homosexuals. It strikes black heterosexual men and women in disproportionately large numbers. Pregnant women can pass it to their babies. 60% of the children with AIDS are black.
Drug addiction and the use of dirty needles by IV drug users is now the leading cause of AIDS in the minority community. According to some studies, from 1/2 to 3/4 of the addict population in major American cities now test positive for the AIDS virus. But because it may be 3 years or more for these cases to develop, the full impact of these statistics may not have been felt.
No case of AIDS is known to have been caused by being around a person with AIDS.
Well, it's not contagious in the sense like you got a cold and I can cough and give it to you that way.
That's right. Okay.
Margie Gay Peterson counsels addicts and recovering addicts like this man to practice safer sex. Infected IV drug users can infect others even if they have no symptoms themselves. That's one of the important reasons that over half of the small but growing number of women with AIDS are black.
We still say, not me, them, they, those, is people over there. It's not us. People are still doing that even today. Every time you turn your radio on, every time you open your newspaper, you see something about AIDS. Yet for whatever is going on, we're still ignorant and we still turn our backs, and that hurts. It hurts me to know. It hurts others to be ignorant and not open up to learning.
There are some who feel the black community has been reluctant to confront AIDS because of the fear of further discrimination. Marquis Walker has AIDS.
My people don't want anything else attached to them that is going to be an avenue to discriminate against them. So they become very fearful. A lot of African Americans live with constant fear of discrimination. And so they look at it and say, you know, now we've fought the civil rights movement and we're beginning to get a chance to have better jobs and, you know, things are moving ahead. Now this.
There are some here who believe that AIDS, as a social issue, will challenge the black community in a way that it hasn't been challenged since the darkest days of the civil rights movement of the 60s. The Reverend Joseph Lowry heads the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In his congregation, Coretta King, the widow of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., listened recently as he preached about AIDS.
God's calling us to reinforce the concept of family and commitment, and I believe that we in the black community, and you know, we have to, if white folk that worried about AIDS, we got to be worried. You know, when white America has a bad cold, we have pneumonia.
They're talking about 200 to 250,000 people over the next 5 years. And the statistics are frightening when you think about 20%, 23, 24, even 25% of those people being black. So it's an issue that we've got to put on the front burner of every black institution, the church, the school, elected officials, our businesses, all of us deal with it because it threatens our very survival.
That report by special correspondent Bob Barr. Now, two participants in this weekend's Centers for Disease Control meeting on AIDS and minorities. Dr. Benny Prim is the executive director of the Addiction Research and Treatment Corporation, a drug treatment program based in Brooklyn, New York. Suki Ports is director of the Minority Task Force on AIDS of the City of New York. They join us from public station WPBA in Atlanta. Dr. Prim, to you first. Why is the AIDS problem so much more severe, percentage-wise at least, in the minorities community?
Well, you just heard the people talk about the high incidence of substance abuse, particularly intravenous drug use in the United States among blacks and Hispanics. And that's the reason I feel that it's higher.
It's a drug problem.
It's a drug problem, primarily, but it also is a problem of sexually transmitted disease. And when we have drug abusers who are heterosexuals having intercourse or intimacy with people who are not drug abusers who carry the virus, it's transmitted to our heterosexual population through that mode.
Okay. Ms. Ports, would you agree that that's the basis of the problem as to why it is so much higher among minorities?
Yes, I would. I think with a sense of urgency that we have to address the needs of women. The largest cause of death of any disease for women from the ages of 25 to 34 is now AIDS. But if we look at the percentage women are, it's 84% women of color. Mm-hmm. And so we're talking about a leading cause of death of women of color.
Now, how do you explain that?
Well, I think there are several reasons. One, that with the very excellent education campaign that the gay community provided amongst their own community and with the media assistance, people understood it to be a gay white disease. And women did not believe that they were at risk, and many women still do not believe they are at risk. In addition to that, we have a large number of women who have not had access to the kinds of education which provides them with the understanding of what this disease is about, or there is not taken into consideration the fact that there are many cultural and historic traditions among minority women that does not give them the freedom to talk about sex in the same way, or sexuality, or discuss their right to participate on an equal level with the men in the community. And
for instance,
it's a very serious problem.
Give me an example of that. What do you mean?
Well, women don't discuss sex, and so when you have campaigns that say use a condom, it's not within the range of conversation which is comfortable, which is easy to take place between a woman and her man, or between a woman and her children, to discuss the use of condoms and to discuss sex in this manner.
Is it your belief, or do the statistics bear out the fact that the majority of the women who are catching AIDS are catching it by having sex with men who are drug users?
Yes.
Let me talk about that just for one second. We have done a study in our program where we have looked at our patient population, about 1,000 intravenous drug users, and looked at their sexual partners. We have discovered that the majority of the men who are HIV positive for the antibody, meaning that they are infected and infectious, have sex with a heterosexual woman who is not positive, nor is she an IV drug user. However, our women who are HIV antibody positive for the virus have sex generally with a man who is an intravenous drug user. So we're seeing here quite a difference in the transmission of the virus from men to women, and also from people who are in the closet who are intravenous drug users.
Let me make sure I understand that. In simplest terms, it's the men who are giving it to the women, not the other way around.
It can be both ways around. A man can give it to a woman cannot know that she has it, or not even know that she's had relations with someone who is either an in-the-closet bisexual or an in-the-closet intravenous drug user. And she could become infected and give it to another man.
Well, Dr. Prim, why is the message not getting to these people about what the dangers are?
Well, I think that, first of all, we have about 500,000 addicts in this country, and only about 20% of that population are in treatment, and that is a bit overstated. In New York...
Treatment for their addiction, or treatment for AIDS?
Treatment for their addiction.
For their addiction, okay.
Okay.
All right.
And we have another 80% of that 500,000, or 400,000 of them, out in the street who are doing whatever they want to, taking drugs, having intimate relationships with both men and women, and not knowing the precautions to take in terms of safe sex. And even Ms. Ports talked to you about the cultural differences among blacks, among Hispanics, who are disproportionately affected by this problem. Suppose that one of our women did say, you have to put on a condom before you can have sex with me. That might start a mini war in that particular family. She might lose her significant other by that kind of insistence. I think that there are many reasons why. We can only cite a few here.
Sure.
I think the other reason is that there has not been enough concentration in the black community on the part of people who understand the statistics in this problem. I think the fear has been because of the fear of being called a racist, for example, if you begin to talk about the statistics like they're being talked about now. I feel very strongly that the present way that we are handling the problem is certainly going to cause a greater impact and a greater knowledge, both from the media, from the federal, state, and city levels, in terms of passing out prevention and education information about the prevention of this disease.
Dr. Prims, is it now being discussed openly and with some seriousness as an urgency among black leaders, political and otherwise?
Absolutely. Congressman Rangel, with his Select Committee on Narcotics, has been discussing this problem for about 2 years. The National Urban League, Mr. John Jacobs, the Executive Director of the National Urban League, they have had a conference. They even have in their State of Black America 2 chapters dedicated to intravenous drug abuse and, of course, the AIDS problem. The National Congress of Black Churches has now gotten aboard. But all of this has been within the last 6 or 8 months. I see now a burgeoning effort on the part of black leaders and black political leaders to do something about the problem.
Ms. Port,
I think that if we are 40% of this problem, that we certainly ought to have 40% of the dollars that goes into prevention and education efforts. We don't have anywhere near that kind of money, maybe 1 or 2% of the dollars that have gone into education and prevention efforts. I think that would make a change.
Ms. Ports, where would you make the changes? How are you going to reach the people that you're talking about, the minority women?
Well, I think we have to start being a little creative, and we have to start looking at women who are sitting in the laundry room, women who are watching soap operas, women who are sitting waiting for hours in the emergency room of the hospital. We have to develop street theater. We have to develop kinds of materials which are going to involve the women who are, in some sense, captive audiences in certain locations, and we're not approaching them in that manner.
Excuse me, how are you going to overcome these cultural problems that you discussed earlier?
Well, I think you have to have people who are of those particular cultures. You have to have somebody who's speaking in Japanese to Japanese Americans. You have to speak Chinese to Chinese Americans. You have to speak Spanish to Hispanic and Latina women. I think the Creole to the Haitian women. Each group has to be able to provide the kinds of culturally sensitive materials to their own particular community and not have it imposed from some health department official or somebody who thinks they know best for that community or who thinks they know how it should be done. But I think the community perhaps has to have the same opportunity to address these issues. And I think one of the very severe problems is that we're dealing with a problem, AIDS, which is impacting upon many poor communities that are already starting behind the line. They have a 2-tier health system that's not nearly adequate, and women are not getting the prenatal care that they should, or the information about raising healthy children, or the education that they should be having. Therefore, they're not having the same kind of jobs and health benefits or work colleagues who can share information with them. And I think many of the poor communities are starting behind the starting line. They need help to get up to the starting line so they can begin to understand about this disease. Yeah. And it's not being done in the magnitude, or there is not the kind of comprehensive, compassionate casework so that a woman who has a problem doesn't have to go to one caseworker for one child, another caseworker for herself, somebody else dealing with a housing problem. We have women who are hurting out there and women who are suffering alone because they're afraid of having some neighbor perhaps ask for them to be evicted if they find out they have AIDS. There are women who have serious problems.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Prim, finally, what do you expect briefly to come out of this conference? Is this another step toward doing what you say needs to be done? The conference this weekend that you all are participating in?
Absolutely. I think this is a second effort on the part of the Centers for Disease Control and the Office of the Minority Health to begin to bring focus close in on this problem to a number of black healthcare workers and other people working in human services throughout this nation that will begin to make a difference in the problem. I think AIDS has been an enabler for us, an enabler to point up the differential in healthcare provided for blacks, both quantitative and quality health care. We die within 19 weeks after diagnosis as compared to 2 years after a white is diagnosed to have AIDS. This alone is going to help us, enable us to do much better.
Thank you, Dr. Prim, Ms. Ports, for being with us.
Dean, on your way to Lemonade in 1987, there was Secord, North, Poindexter. Matters of grave consequence invade the summer air like a murdered body dumped into a field of corn, a clash of attitudes and moods. Among talk of peaches and sailboat rides, something essential at the core. In a way, this was a perfect summer investigation, more apt than Watergate, because the Iran-Contras hearings excited less shock. Perhaps that is why Senator Daniel Inouye always appeared slightly out of tune in his severity. He summarized the Iran-Contras affair as a chilling story of deceit and duplicity, which it certainly was, as well as a story of